Chapter 1695. After the young master left, Barclay said to Luo Tian apologetically, "My son is usually negligent in disciplining him. Please forgive his recklessness. As an apology, I would like to invite you and your friends to have a meal at the city lord's mansion to express my utmost apologies." Humble. He was a little too humble. Who was Barclay, the city lord of Wilderness City, the #1 war god of the savage beasts, the leader of the #1 faction in the savage, desolate region? Was there a need for him to bow down to a human? This was something that had never happened before. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "Your son has already apologized, and you have also expressed your sincerity. This matter ends here. As for the meal at the City Lord Manor, I can only say thank you. We still have our own matters to attend to." Barclay didn't force him and said, "Since that's the case, I won't force you. If you have any needs or difficulties in Savage City, you can come and find me." While speaking, Barclay turned around and said to the people outside, "They are my best human friends. If anyone bullies them, it's the same as going against me. I won't let them have an easy time." Luo Tian frowned. How did they become friends? Barclay was so sure that he had a motive. What was his motive? One thing was certain. He definitely knew who Lin Fan was. Barclay's meaning was clear. He was threatening those who wanted to target Luo Tian. "Luo Tian is my prey. If anyone dares to provoke him, I won't let them leave here alive." After speaking, Barclay smiled politely at Luo Tian and left. "Wow. My lord, you are too awesome. Even War God Barclay is your friend. Now we can do whatever we want in Wildland City," Caston said excitedly. When he saw Barclay, his eyes were filled with reverence and worship. This was the #1 war god of the savage beasts. Sword King frowned and said, "He came too suddenly. I'm a little confused. The City Lord Manor is at least tens of kilometers away. Why did he suddenly appear?" And Aishang and Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Barclay had two aims. First, the Crown Prince's men. Secondly, he had his own motives and needed to get close to him. These were the two possibilities that Luo Tian could come up with. No matter which one it was extremely dangerous." Luo Tian looked at the clothing store and couldn't help but ask, "Have you picked out the clothes?" Lin Yu clicked her tongue and said, "That's too expensive. One piece of clothing costs $16 million. Even if I were to be sold, I wouldn't be worth that much." And Aishang also smiled and said, "If it's like what the shop assistant said, this piece of clothing really isn't expensive. Don't worry, we'll have money in a few days. When that time comes, we'll each get one, hee." Luo Tian was also stunned. 16 million for a piece of clothing. What kind of material was this damn clothing made of? Right at this moment, a maid walked out. Luo Tian was shocked. Lin Yu, and Aishang immediately looked over and said to Luo Tian fiercely, "When you see a beauty, your eyes just won't leave." It wasn't because the maid was beautiful. It was because she was Ling Zixue's maid. The maid smiled politely at Luo Tian and said, "Sir Luo Tian, we meet again." He was naturally happy to see an old friend. Moreover, he hadn't seen Ling Zixue since the exchange competition. At first, he thought that Ling Zixue was the demon queen. Only after coming to the divine territory did he realize that the Lingtian Business Alliance's influence was unimaginable. Luo Tian asked, "Is your miss here?" The maid said, "Our miss is waiting for you at the back." "Miss?" Lin Yu was a little jealous, and Aishang's expression was also a little strange. She looked at Luo Tian and said, "Didn't you just come to Wilderness City? How do you know so many people? The Puppet King and the Miss of the Lingtian Business Alliance. Do you know that the Lingtian Business Alliance is the strongest among these unions? It's even more powerful than the 4 major unions. How do you know her?" The maid said, "Miss has also invited all of you. All of you can come." Can we come too?" Luo Tian didn't hesitate. He also wanted to see Ling Zixue. It wasn't for any other reason, but purely because he wanted to see her. Let's go. The group passed through the clothing store and then through a long corridor before arriving at a courtyard. The maid said, "Mrs. Inside. Sir Luo Tian, all of you can go in." After speaking, she left. "You're really here." Without waiting for Luo Tian to step into the courtyard, Ling Zixue walked out first. Her eyes were a little wet, and she looked emotional. Looking at Luo Tian, she couldn't help but become emotional. She said, "I didn't expect you to come so quickly." Ling Zixue. Luo Tian was also a little emotional. This woman's purple bamboo space. He remembered all the help this woman had given him during the exchange competition. And Aishang and Lin Yu's eyes darkened. They couldn't help but say in unison, "So beautiful." The Sword King Bull was also in a daze. Coming quickly, Ling Zixue pulled Luo Tian into the house. She didn't seem to be unfamiliar with him at all. Instead, her actions were very intimate. Just like what she said before, she was Luo Tian's woman. He could do whatever he wanted to her. Walking into the courtyard, it was extremely luxurious. There were all sorts of rare herbs. It was just like a huge garden. Luo Tian wasn't in the mood to care about all these. He just wanted to know why Ling Zixue suddenly disappeared back then. "Why did you suddenly leave back then?" Ling Zixue's face was solemn. She didn't answer Luo Tian. Instead, she said, "You have to leave the wasteland region immediately. Leave better and better. Also, you definitely can't participate in this #1 warrior competition." Luo Tian was a little confused. Everyone was also stunned. They all looked at her. Ling Zixue continued, "Barkley has already sealed off the airspace. All heavenly ships can only enter and not leave. He also knows that you guys want to buy heavenly ships. He definitely won't let you guys buy them. The only way now is to leave Wasteland City." Luo Tian was confused. He was even more confused. Why? Ling Zixue said, "Because you're Luo Tian. Because you're the inheritor of the dark, overbearing sovereign. Because you've activated the dark inheritance in your body. Barkley won't let you go. The people of Tiandao City won't let you go either. However, the Lingtian Business Alliance's forces in Wasteland City can still resist these two forces. However, it's not just them. When you awaken the first inheritance of the dark, overbearing sovereign, all the other sovereigns entered the Wasteland region. Their target is you." She spoke very quickly. It seemed that Ling Zixue was very anxious. Lin Yu couldn't help but ask, "Why him? Is it because of the dark power in his body?" "That's right," Ling Zixue said. "They want to strip all the dark, overbearing sovereign's power from your body because they're afraid." The second chapter has been delivered. There are 3 more chapters today. It will be delivered tonight. Chapter 1696. The Former Overlord. The most powerful person in the God Realm. His strength was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. This was especially true for those high and mighty sovereigns. There was an even more important reason. The death of the dark and tyrannical sovereign was caused by these sovereigns working together to kill him. Millions of years had passed, but that scene was still vivid in their minds. At the very beginning, they thought that as long as they found Luo Tian and took him under their wing, they could do things slowly in the future. But it was different now. After Luo Tian obtained the first inheritance, the Overlord battle body, the entire God Realm was shaken. Those sovereigns who were in seclusion all came out. Their target was Luo Tian, because they were afraid that another dark and tyrannical sovereign would appear in the God Realm. They were afraid that Luo Tian would take revenge on them after he received all the inheritances. This was what they were afraid of, because the dark and tyrannical sovereign's power was too terrifying. Hearing Ling Zixue's words, Luo Tian was stunned. He could not help but smile bitterly as he muttered, "And here, I thought it was just the 5 sovereigns who wanted to crush me. I never imagined that in less than a year since I arrived in God's domain, so many sovereigns would want to deal with me. Lin Yu asked anxiously, "How many sovereigns have come?" And Ai Shang also muttered, "No wonder the smithing guild said that. So they already knew about it." Caston scratched his head and said, "Then why didn't they make a move?" Yes, why didn't they make a move? Luo Tian activated the first darkness inheritance in the blazing mountain range. At that time, he had already attracted the attention of sovereigns. He must have been monitored along the way. Why didn't anyone make a move? One had to know that any sovereign expert could easily crush him. Ling Zixue said, "They didn't make a move because someone was protecting you. It should be another sovereign. Sovereigns usually don't offend each other. This is why you could enter the savage city. There's another reason. No one wants to be the first to make a move. At the same time, some people don't want to kill you. Instead, they want the darkness energy in your body. Barkley is one of them. His strength is second only to a sovereign expert. If he obtains your energy, he will immediately break through to the sovereign realm." Ling Zixue continued, "Luo Tian, we don't have much time left. There are still experts who haven't arrived yet. I have already thought of a way to send you out of the city. My heavenly warship is outside the city. Leave immediately." Lin Yu said anxiously, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now." It was the same for Ai Shang. At this moment, Luo Tian coldly laughed. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "I thought Heaven Dao Divine Lord was the first person in God's domain who wanted to deal with me. I thought fate, luck, star, and hell were the four powerhouses I wanted to deal with. I didn't expect this. I've actually become public enemy number one in God's domain. Escape? Where can you run to? So what if we have a heavenly warship? So what if he escaped from Wildland City? God's domain is huge, but is there a place for me, Luo Tian, to stay? Sovereigns are all super overlords of their own regions. Now that my identity has been confirmed, countless experts are watching me. Where can I go?" His laughter turned cold. Invisibly, the dark divinity exploded. At this moment, boom! It was as if the dark thunder calamity had exploded in his sea of consciousness. Invisibly, the arrogant, dark, overbearing power was released without restraint. It directly crushed everything in the courtyard. That kind of overbearing and arrogant power made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Buzz! 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 Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. Immediately after, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the dark, overbearing dominator's second inheritance power, Overbearing Battle Fist. He had activated the second inheritance power. There was an additional black skill in Luo Tian's skill column. Overbearing Battle Fist. Move with battle. Break through the army with killing. Crush everything with overbearing power. However, after activating the second overbearing inheritance power, Luo Tian didn't have the slightest bit of excitement. His face was extremely cold as he said gloomily, "If the heavens want to kill me, I will break the heavens. If the gods want to kill me, I will kill the gods. If these dominators want to kill me, I will kill them. Since they want to kill, then let's kill." There was a domineering and arrogant aura in his voice. It was very thick. The voice was like a bell ringing in the minds of everyone in the courtyard, echoing for a long time. Ling Zixue took a step forward with difficulty. "Luo Tian, your current cultivation is too weak. You are not their opponent at all. Listen to my advice. Hide for a while. Wait until you become stronger before contending with them. When the time comes, my Lingtian Business Alliance will fully support you. With my Lingtian Business Alliance's power—" Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian interrupted. "You have helped me enough. Ever since I came to the Divine Realm, I have been running non-stop. Xingtian City is gone. So many innocent lives in Xingtian Prefecture died because of me. I fled from Shengtian City to Savage City, thinking that I had escaped, but I didn't. If I continue to run like this, it will never end. I don't want to run anymore. I want to fight." Everyone listened to Luo Tian's words. There was silence. He was tired of running. He didn't want to run anymore. Right now, Luo Tian only wanted to kill. Ling Zixue bit her lips, frowned, and said, "Since you have decided, I will do my best to help you. What do you want me to do?" Lin Yu, Enai Shang, Jian Yanyu, and Caston were all looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said softly, "There is still half a month before the #1 warrior battle. I want to break through to the Dominator realm in this half a month." What did you say?" Everyone was stunned. The God realm, God level, God master, God level, God level, God level, God level, God level, God level. Above these 6 realms was the Dominator realm. The Dominator realm was also known as the Title realm. The Dominator realm was the overlord of an area. It was hard to find a Dominator even in 1,000,000 years. Above the Dominator realm was the God King realm. The number of God King experts in the God realm could be counted with one's fingers. These God King experts rarely appeared once in millions of years. However, they had appeared once when the dark and domineering Dominator had crushed the experts of the God realm. However, they had also been severely injured. Not to mention the Dominator realm. Even a God level expert was impossible. There was too little time. There was only a short 15 days. How could he break through to the Dominator realm? Even a rocket wouldn't be able to do it. Luo Tian looked at Ling Zixue very seriously. Everyone here was shocked, but Ling Zixue wasn't. She was deep in thought and slowly said, "Time isn't a problem. The Lingtian Business Alliance has been in the God realm for hundreds of millions of years. We are not only good at doing business, we also have Dominator experts. Time Dominator experts." But she raised her head and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said directly, "I am willing to give up everything." The 3rd chapter has been delivered. There are 2 more chapters today. Please support Chapter 1697, The Divine Realm. 6 realms. Above the realm was the Dominator. Every Dominator had their own unique abilities. Because of these unique abilities, they became a Dominator. The Lucky Dominator who controlled luck. The Destiny Dominator who controlled fate. The Heavenly Dominator who controlled the power of heaven. All of these were created by unique abilities. Naturally, there were also Dominator experts who could control time. And this Dominator expert who could control time was from the Lingtian Merchant Alliance. So many people wanted Luo Tian's life. If he was still so weak, he would only become a fish on the chopping block. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become stronger in the shortest amount of time. But he couldn't do it alone. 15 days was too short. Even if he hunted monsters every second, he couldn't even break through the spirit wheel realm. How could he break through to the Dominator realm? It was impossible, but he knew that the Lingtian Merchant Alliance was powerful. Ling Zixue could help him do it. Ling Zixue was silent for a long time. She exhaled heavily and said, "The Lingtian Merchant Alliance supports a Dominator. This Dominator is the Time Dominator. He can control time. His limit is 10,000 years in a day. In other words, 15 days is 150,000 years. But the time he can control is not in the divine realm. It is in another dimension. Only he knows where this dimension is. 10,000 years in a day. 15 days and 150,000 years. If he had 150,000 years, Luo Tian believed that he could break through to the Dominator realm. Immediately, Luo Tian looked at Ling Zixue and said, "Tell me his conditions." Ling Zixue looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "Luo Tian, I don't want you to do this. As long as you escape from Savage City, I will bring you out of the divine realm and into other dimensions. You can come back when you become stronger." Luo Tian had already made up his mind. Moreover, He was very clear in his heart that with so many sovereigns watching him, there was no way he could escape. He smiled faintly and said, "I've already decided. Zixue, help me one more time." Ling Zixue frowned and took a deep breath. Then she looked at the sky and took out an hourglass. "Let me see if he will help you." The hourglass was activated. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in the courtyard. It was a middle-aged woman whose face could not be clearly seen. "I only want a drop of your blood essence. This is my condition. After that, I will send you into the time plane. Everything you want will be there." Before Ling Zixue could say anything, she already knew everything. This was the power of a sovereign. Blood essence. It contained everything. Ling Zixue said sincerely, "My lord, can you use other conditions?" "The Ling Tian Business Alliance is willing to pay any conditions. I only want his blood essence." The Time Dominus said coldly, "To sovereigns, a single drop of blood essence could create infinite possibilities. To be able to absorb the power of the overbearing dark dominator and the power of the 4 divine beasts of darkness was just like the advanced science of his previous world. A single cell could be crazily replicated and even clone a person." Luo Tian said without any hesitation, "I promise you." He moved his index finger. A drop of blood essence rose from his finger and floated in the air. The Time Dominus's illusory figure was visibly moved. The blood essence of the overbearing dark dominator's successor. "Do you know what this means?" Luo Tian said, "No matter what it means, I will not regret my decision today." "Ha ha ha!" The Time Dominus smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to agree. I will give you 1 night to consider. Tomorrow morning, I will personally come to this courtyard. At that time, you can reply to me. Remember, you must consider carefully." As soon as her voice fell, the illusory figure disappeared. The hourglass in Ling Zixue's hand also disappeared. "No." And Ai Shang suddenly said, "If you give him a drop of blood essence, it is equivalent to giving him the power of the overbearing dark dominator. To a sovereign, this power can be infinitely magnified and can even create a person exactly like you. At that time, your unique darkness inheritance will be gone." Lin Yuer said, "Although I don't understand, I think Sister and Ai Shang is right. You can't give him your blood essence." Ling Zixue also said, "Luo Tian, think carefully. I think you should listen to my arrangements. The bloodline flowing in your body is too powerful. Any sovereign who obtains it will probably reach the supreme sovereign realm. It will not benefit you at all. Indeed, there were too many factors in the blood essence. This was especially true for sovereign realm experts. They were simply too powerful. However, Luo Tian had no choice. To put it simply, he was already trapped in Wilderness City. Those sovereign realm experts had not made a move yet because they were waiting to see who would be the first to make a move. He had to become stronger. He had to become a sovereign realm expert to be able to contend against them. And what he needed now was time. 150,000 years was enough. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I am clear about my decision. I am unique and no one can copy me." The 3 girls still wanted to persuade Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian did not listen at all. He would not change his decision. Night. Luo Tian lay on the bed, looking at the night sky outside the window, thinking about Chun Chun, thinking about Li Shuer, thinking about Xen, thinking about his brothers who were still suffering in hell. His heart faintly stirred, and he thought to himself, 15 days, give me another 15 days, I will definitely save you all. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yuer asked softly, "Are you asleep?" Luo Tian stood up and said no. Lin Yuer boldly pushed open the door and walked in front of Luo Tian's bed, saying, "I know you won't listen to anything I say. I'm not here to persuade you." While they were talking, she unbuttoned her clothes. Under the pure white moonlight, her body looked especially alluring. Luo Tian frowned and said, You don't have to do this. Lin Yu did not say anything, but stood naked in front of Luo Tian and said, Didn't you want to have a child with me? I promise you today. Huh. Luo Tian was stunned. At this moment, before he could react, his mouth was blocked by Lin Yu's lips. Rumble. 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 The originally fine moonlight suddenly turned dark and thunder rumbled, crazily wreaking havoc, as if the end of the world had arrived. This was the first time in the history of the Wasteland Realm. Of course, no one knew. The Divine King's seed had been planted, and in the near future, a new Divine King expert would be born in the Divine Realm. He was a Divine King expert the moment he was born. At this moment, those Sovereign Realm experts did not notice. At this moment, the blood vessels in Luo Tian's body also changed, the dark energy also changed, and the most essential seed was planted. Chapter 4. There was still one more chapter. Chapter 1698. Rumble. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. Torrential rain poured down. The wilderness city, which rarely rained once a year, had rained for an entire night. Moreover, the lightning and thunder never stopped, cutting through the sky time and time again, illuminating the entire wilderness city as if it was daytime. Rain fell from the war god statue as if the wilderness war god was crying. City, Lord's mansion. Barkley stood in the attic with his hands behind his back, looking at the raging night sky. His eyes lit up. What exactly is happening? This kind of weather was unprecedented. It made him feel uneasy. Not long after, a guard ran up and reported, Everything is as usual. Luo Tian and the rest are still in the Oriental Hotel. No one has entered or left. Isn't it you? Barkley did not turn around, but looked into the distance and muttered, As long as it's not you, nothing matters. You're mine. Your power, your everything is mine. Barkley suddenly raised his head and roared towards the sky, roaring heavily. Wreak havoc, be manic in the future. You will tremble for me. Wah-ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. He laughed wildly. Other than Barkley, many Dominator experts were prying into the heavens. However, nothing. How could the Divine King's seed be something that a Dominator expert could pry into? Late at night, Lin Yu had fallen asleep in Luo Tian's embrace. Because she had exercised too intensely just now, she slept very soundly, to the point that there was a slight snoring sound. Luo Tian hugged her, listening to the heavy rain outside the house, his mind flying. At this moment, he did not think of the SSS-level childbirth mission. He did not think that he had inadvertently planted the Divine King's seed just now. Right now, his mind was filled with thoughts of leveling up, breaking through, thinking of his former brothers, women, and everything that had happened in the past. Unknowingly, the sky began to brighten. Luo Tian quietly got off the bed and left a note. Following that, he walked towards Ling Zixue's courtyard. There was one person who was earlier than him. Time Ruler. It could be said that the moment Luo Tian agreed, she rushed to the savage city. What made him feel strange was that other than the rain and lightning in the savage city, everything outside the city was normal. There were no changes. However, she was thinking about the dark essence blood and didn't do much research on this abnormal weather. From the moment she saw Luo Tian, she knew that Luo Tian would definitely agree to her conditions. Because of the look in his eyes, incomparable determination. Behind her perseverance, there was also determination. Ling Zixue stood quietly to the side and said, Lord Ruler, may I ask why you want his essence blood? Time Ruler smiled slightly and said, I want to study his essence blood, study the power of darkness. You also know that the source of the dark, overbearing ruler's power comes from hell, just like his successor Luo Tian. There's not a single trace of source energy. This is very strange. Logically speaking, if there is no source energy in his body, no matter how high his talent is, he would not be able to enter the divine realm, and would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation when he withstood it, but they did not. Luo Tian obtained the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler, and even withstood 999 heavy strikes of the dark, heavenly thunder, and did not die. This is a miracle. I want to know what kind of power the source of the dark energy is in hell. Time controlled life. Hell was the tomb of death. If he could research where the source of the dark energy came from, then he might be able to control the hell realm. Of course, this was just one of her many studies. Ling Zixue fell silent. She was not a fool. She knew that the time ruler would not tell him everything. The time ruler was in a particularly good mood today and said to Ling Zixue, "Do you know why the dark overbearing ruler was killed even though he was the strongest person in the divine realm?" Ling Zixue also knew a little about that great battle of the century and said, "Over 100 rulers joined forces and 3 god kings joined forces. No matter how strong the dark overbearing ruler was, he was no match." Wrong. The time dominus smiled faintly and said, "I was there that year. That scene, even if all the experts of the entire deity realm were to join forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the tyrannical dark dominus, much less 100 sovereigns and 3 god kings. The power of darkness is too terrifying." Furthermore, the overbearing dominator of darkness has not only comprehended one type of law, but many types. The law of death, the law of evil, in short, he has comprehended every law related to darkness. This is how terrifying the source of darkness is. It is like the martial artists in the divine realm all cultivate divine essence. It is said that divine essence is born from heaven and earth, but who can prove it? If one controls the source of divine essence, even us rulers will be useless. This is the case for the dark, overbearing ruler. If he controls the source of darkness, he controls all the power of darkness. There were many things that Ling Zixue did not understand, but she was clear that if anyone really controlled the source of divine essence in the divine realm, then all the experts in the divine realm would bow down to them, rulers and god kings alike. However, Ling Zixue asked again, since he was so strong, even god kings could not do anything to him, why was he killed? The time ruler smiled faintly. Very simple, the power of origin. Huh. Ling Zixue was stunned. The time ruler continued, "The strongest power in the divine realm is not the source of divine essence, nor is it the source of darkness, but the most primitive plane that gave birth to all martial artists, the plane called the source continent. The divine realm controls tens of thousands of planes, but the divine realm is the last plane to be born. The experts in the divine realm all came from the source continent. The power of origin is the strongest power. It may not be reflected in the lower planes, but in the divine realm for god kings, the power of origin is the strongest power. This is the reason why the dark, overbearing ruler was killed. Because he doesn't have a trace of the power of origin on him. It's very strange, no one thought of it back then. Coincidentally, Luo Tian obtained the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler. I have observed his body, and there is not a trace of the power of origin. Even if he becomes stronger in the future, even if he becomes the true dark, overbearing ruler, it will be useless because the power of origin is his greatest weakness. This was a very strange thing. However, it was not strange that Luo Tian obtained the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler. This was also the reason why those rulers were afraid, because they thought that Luo Tian was the reincarnation of the dark, overbearing ruler, and that he was here to seek revenge on them. Ling Zixue's brows secretly tightened and said, "How exactly can one absorb the power of origin?" The time ruler laughed. "It's very simple. Where his soul was born, that plane is his source continent." Perfect for this sentence. Luo Tian heard it. The time ruler raised his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. He did not talk about the power of origin, but smiled and said, "Have you thought about it?" The 5th chapter has been delivered. Please support Undefeated, support Old Cow's completed book, Invincible Level Up, support the new book, Overbearing War God. They are all system streams, killing monsters to level up. Thank you. Chapter 1699. Have you thought it through? Seeing Luo Tian walk into the courtyard, the time ruler asked again. Although she was already a ruler realm expert, facing Luo Tian, she still couldn't help but feel excited. Because of the power of darkness, it was too powerful. Ling Zixue still tried to persuade him. Luo Tian, think about it again, my method is feasible. Luo Tian smiled gratefully and said to the time ruler, I've thought about it, I agree to your conditions. The time ruler's eyes flashed with a bright light and said excitedly, all right. However, my limit is 10,000 years a day, and you need 15 days, which is 150,000 years. To us, to the divine realm, time is 15 days, but to you it is 150,000 years, and this 150,000 years will be deducted from your lifespan. Of course, you are already a divine master, and your lifespan is very long, so you don't need to worry. The time ruler could only control one person's time. Moreover, this person could not be on the same plane as him. He could only enter his time plane. She had only comprehended the unique true essence of time, and was not a controller of the time laws. Luo Tian nodded and said, I know, I hope you can send me to the worst place. The worst? The time ruler frowned and smiled. How about the demon abyss? That place is separated from the divine realm by 17 planes, and it is also the land of exile. There is also my hourglass of time there, but it is very dangerous there. No way. Ling Zixue immediately rejected. The demon abyss is filled with vicious and evil demons. That place is too dangerous. The demon abyss was a plane. It was called the land of exile. It was the edge of the tens of thousands of planes controlled by the divine realm, and also the boundary point. Other than the vicious and evil demons, there were also demons from other realms. No one who entered the demon abyss had ever returned alive, and the time ruler had only set up an hourglass of time there through his time clone. The more dangerous it was, the more vicious a place was, the more heaven it would be for Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not think about it at all, and said, Then the demon abyss. The time ruler was stunned. She had just said that, but she hadn't expected Luo Tian to actually go there. Wasn't this courting death? However, whether Luo Tian wanted to die or not had nothing to do with her. In her heart, it would be even better if Luo Tian died. She could use this drop of essence blood to expand infinitely, and could even create another Luo Tian. She couldn't help but praise and said, Good courage. This is the hourglass of time. When the sand in the hourglass runs out, your time will be up, and you will be summoned back here. While speaking, the time dominus handed a small hourglass to Luo Tian and asked, Where's the thing I want? Luo Tian's palm moved, and a drop of blood essence seeped out from his fingertip. The blood essence floated in front of the time dominus, and he said, My blood essence! Good, good. The time ruler's expression was once again shocked. She took out a bottle and carefully placed it inside. She was shocked in her heart. Blood essence, the blood essence of the inheritor of the dark tyrannical ruler. I have finally obtained it. With this drop of blood essence, my cultivation will be able to take another step forward and reach the supreme ruler, or even the divine king realm. When I find the source of the dark energy, I will fuse with my source energy. Very excited, very excited. This was not compatible with the time dominus who had lived for tens of millions of years. Luo Tian couldn't help but be secretly shocked from her shocked expression, but he didn't regret it in the slightest. In this world, there was only one Luo Tian. No one could replicate it. Luo Tian smiled gently at Ling Zixue and said, I will be back very soon. Help me take good care of them. When I return, it will be the day these rulers die. Let's begin. I'm ready. The time ruler's expression changed, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Her body changed, and time seemed to be frozen. Suddenly, the power of time was released and directly enveloped Luo Tian. She shouted in a deep voice, "Hourglass of time, operate!" Buzz, 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 buzz. Luo Tian's ears and mind were constantly buzzing. His vision began to distort, just like the space-time tunnel in the movies of his previous life, crazily spinning. A few seconds later, Luo Tian disappeared. The time ruler opened her eyes slightly and took out the bottle containing Luo Tian's blood essence. She smiled excitedly. "Dark blood essence, ha ha ha." Ling Zixue couldn't help but ask, "My lord, can Luo Tian come back?" "Come back? Do you think someone from the demon abyss can come back?" The time ruler sneered and looked at Ling Zixue. "If he can come back, then he will really break through to the ruler realm. Ha ha ha. It is difficult for a ruler realm expert to be born in millions of years, and it is impossible in 150,000 years. Zixue, you should forget about him. He is not Luo Tian now, nor is he the inheritor of the dark tyrant ruler. He is just an exile. He will be devoured by the demons of the demon abyss or by the magical beasts of other realms. Come back alive? Dream on." Ling Zixue couldn't help but be angry. "Then why did you let him go?" The time ruler sneered and said, "It is his own choice. Why can't I let him go? It is better that he goes, because I am the only one in this world with the dark blood essence. Give me some time, and I will be able to fully integrate the inheritance of the dark tyrant ruler into my body. I will become the #1 person in the divine realm. Ha ha ha." Ling Zixue was angry. "Didn't you say it was just the source of darkness in the eyes? You liar." Smack! The time ruler's eyes moved, and a force directly slapped Ling Zixue's face. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "Don't think that just because the Lingtian Business Alliance worships me, you can be presumptuous in front of me. Remember clearly, this is the first and only time. If there is a next time, you will disappear from this world forever." Humph! After saying that, a time vortex appeared on the time ruler's body, and then he disappeared. At this time, only the strong had the right to speak. In front of the ruler, everyone was an ant. Ling Zixue looked at where the time ruler disappeared, and her gaze tightened. She said in a deep voice, sinister and despicable, "Do you think you will have an easy time after getting Luo Tian's blood essence? You will be hunted down by all the ruler powerhouses." Ling Zixue was never a soft persimmon. She would not let go of anyone who harmed Luo Tian. Half an hour later, city, Lord's mansion. Boom! A huge stone table was smashed into powder by his palm. He actually went to the demon abyss. Then there is no possibility of him coming back. Darkness emissary, dark blood essence, immediately search for the time ruler's location. Not only him. Under Ling Zixue's deliberate efforts, several ruler powerhouses had already received the news and chased after the time ruler. The first chapter has been delivered. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 1700. After Luo Tian disappeared, the time dominus became the target of many dominators. As for the abyss of demons that Luo Tian had gone to, no one wanted to go there. The land of exile was a destitute place. There were only demons, death, and horrifying sector beasts there. No one wanted to go there or even mention it. Now that Luo Tian had gone there, they didn't want to go there at all. Of course, they didn't think that Luo Tian could come back alive. Back to Luo Tian. Hum, hum, hum. There was a loud noise in the sky, and the sky was dark. The sky was turbid, and the air was turbid. Everything here was extremely bad. Luo Tian fell from the sky. He fell heavily, and it hurt. Fortunately, he had the Overlord body to protect him. Otherwise, he would have been disabled even if he didn't die. Damn, the time dominus. No wonder she said I couldn't come back. It would be strange if I didn't die from falling like this. Luo Tian cursed. He knew what the time dominus was thinking. She definitely didn't want him to come back. Thinking of going back to the God Zone, Luo Tian immediately took out the hourglass. The fine sand was flowing. Grain by grain, it flowed down. Luo Tian looked at the hourglass, and fell into deep thought. Finally, he exerted force in his palm and broke the hourglass. The fine sand flowed down between his fingers. Luo Tian's expression was extremely serious. He said, "So what if I have a way to go back? If I can't comprehend the power of laws and become a dominator, what can I do even if I go back? Either I don't do it. If I want to do it, I must do my best and be the strongest." Heavenly Tao Divine Sovereign, Star Paragon, Fate, Luck, and all the other sovereigns, you'd better clean your asses and wait for me. Once I, all heaven, return, I'll turn all of you upside down. Cut off his escape route. He forced himself into a dead end. He could only move forward. Men were more ruthless to themselves, and Luo Tian was even more ruthless to himself. The instant Luo Tian crushed the hourglass, God's domain's time ruler smiled faintly and sneered. "You died as soon as you arrived in the demon's abyss? Is this the strength of the tyrannical ruler's successor? Too weak. Ha ha ha. Right now, I am the only one in this world that possesses the darkness blood essence. In the future, I will definitely obtain the darkness ruler's complete legacy. At that time, I will become the strongest person in God's domain." Ha ha ha. The Time Dominus laughed maniacally. The Time Dominus laughed and muttered to herself, "It's good that you're dead. Even if you don't die, when you return, the hourglass of time will take you to another plane. There's no way you can return to the divine domain." Ha ha ha! She had done something to the hourglass. She would never let Luo Tian come back. Luo Tian's return meant that her dark essence blood wasn't the only one. Luo Tian didn't know that he had saved his own life by breaking the hourglass and putting himself at death's door. Of course, he didn't expect the Time Dominus to be so insidious. Demon Abyss. The food is here. The food is here. Another person was exiled here. Ha ha ha. Hurry, eat him. He must have the power of origin on him. Many long-haired, monster-like people surrounded him, swallowing their saliva. Their eyes shone. They weren't beasts. They were humans. Luo Tian glanced at the HP bar above their heads. "You guys want to eat me?" "We don't know who will eat who yet. Overlord War Body." Buzz, Luo Tian's body exploded. Moving his fists, he punched straight up. It was pure strength without any fancy moves. Overlord War Fist. Dark fighting spirit surged on his fist. Boom! The wind from the fist shook, sending a group of long-haired people flying. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The experience points weren't much, but Luo Tian didn't let any of them go. He came to the demon abyss to level up, not to sympathize with these exiled demons. So Luo Tian didn't show any mercy. He hunted crazily. He didn't stop for a moment. He kept killing and killing for a total of 10,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Divine Wheel First Tier. A total of 10,000 years. Luo Tian finally broke through to the first tier of the Divine Wheel after killing these long-haired monsters. He didn't know if these 10,000 years were really one day in the divine territory. There was no sun or moon here. Only the stars in the sky could be seen occasionally. Luo Tian was counting every minute and every second. He didn't want to lose track of time. It took 10,000 years to level up to level 6. The speed is too slow, Luo Tian thought to himself. At this moment his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a savage. He turned back to look at the mountain-like corpses of the long-haired monsters behind him. It's finally cleaned up. The next step is to head to the demon abyss, the divine territory. The sun set. Lin Yu looked at the setting sun and murmured, "Has he really spent 10,000 years?" And Ai Shang comforted her. "Don't worry, he will definitely come back." After having sex, Lin Yu became very concerned about Luo Tian. One day was 10,000 years. This was the only thing that the Time Master didn't lie to Luo Tian. One day in the divine territory was 10,000 years in the demon abyss. In the demon abyss, corpses were everywhere, and it took a total of 5,000 years to clean up. Deep in the valley was the entrance to the abyss. Inside was the real demon abyss. Luo Tian stood at the entrance. A chilly wind blew, and ghost-like cries came from the cave. Luo Tian stepped in without hesitation. Demon abyss, here I come. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An outsider has entered the demon abyss. Is it a sector beast? No, it seems to be a human in exile. No one has come to the demon abyss for millions of years. When did the dominators and godly kings of the divine territory take pity on people and exile them instead of killing them directly? At the same time, another guard rushed over hurriedly and said, "My lord, the sector beasts have launched an attack. Our people are unable to resist them." "My lord, why do we have to guard this world point for the divine territory? The sector beasts are so ferocious. If we let them enter the divine territory, those arrogant gods and dominators will all become trash. Why do we have to guard this place for them? They are having a good time, but what about us?" "That's right, why? Why do we have to risk our lives to guard this place? Have they even looked at us? Without our protection, the divine territory would have been reduced to ruins long ago." The demon lord laughed and said, "Why? For one person, I have to protect the divine territory and make this person the number one great being in the divine territory." The one who was called the demon lord was a big fatty. He weighed 250 pounds and had a red snow lotus on his head. After that, the big fat man picked up a sky-splitting axe, took a step forward, and shouted, "Attack! Kill!" Chapter 1701. The Demon Abyss, the Land of Exile. Similarly, it was also the edge of the godly realm. Since 2 million years ago, a hole had been torn open here, and the demon abyss had become even more dangerous. Every now and then, a sector beast would crawl out of the space crack. Sector beast. It was an existence that was superior to all other beasts. They lived in the space crack and traveled between the realms. Once they entered a plane, they would kill and devour the plane. A sector beast could disturb an entire plane. Even a high-level domain like the godly realm was the same, because they were monsters that were born to devour planes. In the past million years, the crack had been getting bigger and bigger, and more sector beasts were coming out. And here, ever since the arrival of a fat guy, the demon abyss had undergone a tremendous change. Many vicious demons began to unite to resist the invasion of the sector beasts. They kept the sector beasts out of the space crack. Of course, the area of Devil Abyss was not smaller than the area of the God Zone, and the fat man was only one of the many demon overlords. Among the many demon overlords, he was the only one who knew how to resist the sector beasts. At the same time, he was also ridiculed for being an idiot. The godly realm had given up on him. He was actually willing to be the godly realm's watchdog, which made many demon lords feel ashamed. However, he didn't care, because he knew that as long as he guarded the space crack, he would be able to protect the godly realm and the people he wanted to protect. He couldn't let the sector beasts enter the godly realm. He definitely couldn't. Ha ha ha! That big fool is going to resist the sector beasts again. But this time there are a lot of sector beasts, and the crack is getting bigger and bigger. Once they get in, the demon abyss will be devoured in less than half a year. By then, the sector beasts will become even more powerful than the sovereigns, and the godly realm will be devoured. If I could see that moment, that would be awesome. Ha ha ha, Mad Dog, if you think like that, why don't you go and stop the fat guy? You're a 4-star fiend, and your cultivation is above his. If you want to stop him, it'll be easy. Monkey ye in your dreams. The big fool is providing us with food and resources for cultivation. Why would I go and provoke him? Once I reach the 7-star fiend level, I will slaughter my way back to the deity realm. I will make those so-called chief sovereigns tremble beneath me. Ha ha ha. You, 7-star fiend? In the history of the Fiend's Abyss, only a single 7-star fiend has ever appeared, and that was the former dominating sovereign of darkness. Unfortunately, he actually didn't train in the prime essence energy, and in the end was crushed. Aside from him, most likely no one else in the world has ever reached the 7-star fiend level in the fiend's abyss. Stop talking. The big idiot can't take it anymore. Do you need help? If you want to help, go help. The fiend abyss had a total of 10 or so fiend lords. The highest was a 6-star suzerain, while the lowest was a 1-star suzerain. They were all domineering existences. The fatty they were talking about was the only 3-star devil overlord who had resisted the invasion of the sector beasts. At this moment, the battle axe in his hand was wreaking havoc. Every time he attacked, it was as though he was tearing apart the world. The bloody tattoo on his head was incomparably ferocious. Every time the demonic Buddha attacked, the bloody light of the demonic Buddha would soar into the sky and crush everything. Relying on the power of this fiend Buddha, he rushed to the realm of a 3-star fiend overlord. The fatty chopped off the head of a sector beast with a swing of his axe. Blood splattered all over his face. He wiped it with his hand and gently curled his tongue to suck in the blood at the corner of his mouth. Finally he roared, "Brothers, let's fight! Beat these sons of ** cheese back into their mother's stomachs." He was crazy and wanton. Originally, the sector beasts were at a disadvantage, but after he joined in, it was completely different. Those ferocious sector beasts could feel the bloody light of the fiend Buddha's power from the fatty, and they felt a trace of fear. After a few rounds, they madly fled into the time and space crack and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who? The fatty sat down on the ground. He is 2F** king tired. Looking at the time and space crack, he could not help but frown. He thought to himself, they are getting stronger and stronger. More and more sector beasts are gathering. I don't know how much longer I can resist. As he spoke, he looked at the turbid sky and muttered to himself, "Boss, where are you now? Are you okay? Fatty lay misses you." "My lord, 17 of our brothers died this time, and 31 were injured," a guard reported. The fatty nodded and said, "Give an extra portion of sector beast meat to the families of these brothers. We will keep 1 sector beast meat for ourselves, and the other 16 will be given to the 16 demon lords." Yes, at this time, a man who looked like a deputy general stepped forward and said unhappily, "My lord, we are risking our lives while they are enjoying themselves." Why, in terms of combat power, we are not inferior to any of the demon lords. Why should we share the sector beasts we kill with them? The fatty smiled foolishly and said, "Old Han, don't be angry. This is all for the peace of the demon abyss. You know very well what it was like in the past. You don't want to live like that again." Actually, the fatty was not stupid. He knew these demon lords very well. They would only enjoy the food given to them and would not share it with their subordinates. All these years, the reason why there were more and more people in his team was because of this. His subordinates all had meat to eat. After so many years of hard work, it was not that there was no return. On the contrary, there was a lot of return. It was just that many people did not see it. Besides, the devil Buddha that he cultivated needed to fight. He had to constantly devour the essence blood of sector beasts to make himself stronger. The power of the devil Buddha in his body had reached a terrifying level. He would break through 4 levels. When he reached the level of 7-star fiend, he would be able to control the entire demon abyss. When the time came, he would be able to crush the entire god domain. He wanted to protect everyone he wanted to protect. He wanted to clear all obstacles for his boss. He wanted to kill his way back to hell and save all his brothers who were suffering in hell. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to take revenge for the mysterious heavenly continent. From the beginning to the end, he had been trampled under the feet of the 3 juggernauts. He wanted revenge. The deputy general was very unwilling, but he would listen to whatever the Lord said. In the demon abyss, he only listened to the fatty lord. Back to Luotian. After walking into the abyss, it was a completely different world from the outside. This place was different. It was like the edge of the world. There were no demons. No demons. There were only humans who came and went in a hurry. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. Lord, should we meet that human and find out why he was exiled here? The fatty thought of this and said, let's meet him. Maybe we can get some news about our boss. Chapter 1702. Luo Tian had fantasized about meeting Fatty Feng countless times. Every time was different. In the ancient continent, he thought about returning home with honor and meeting Fatty Lei. However, Fatty Lei was dead, and everything in the Tianxian continent had changed. In the divine plane, he knew about hell. He recalled the scene of him killing his way to hell and saving him. Fatty Lei was very important to him because he was the first brother Luo Tian had since he transmigrated. The first brother who was willing to die for him. Fatty Lei had an irreplaceable position in his heart. However, Luo Tian never thought he would see him in the abyss of demons. A silly fatty, still as fat as ever, weighing 250 jin, with a red tattoo on his head and a big axe in his hand. The corner of his mouth was still stained with the blood of demonic beasts, giving him a silly appearance. Luo Tian was looking at him. Fatty Lei was also looking at Luo Tian. He thought he was dreaming. Hate me. What? My lord, what did you say? Seeing their lord shocked, they were all stunned. He wouldn't be like this even when facing a sector beast. Why did he suddenly become like this and talk nonsense? Fatty Lei didn't care so much. He shouted, hit me. The few rewards beside him looked at each other and punched him lightly. Harder. Hit me with all your strength. Fatty Lei was almost shouting. Seeing Luo Tian standing there without moving, he didn't dare to shout. He was afraid that if he shouted, Luo Tian would disappear. Do it! A deputy general threw a punch at him. Bang! Fatty Lei's body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. It hurts, the deputy general immediately said. My lord, what happened to you? It hurts. Ha ha ha. If it hurts, it means it's not a dream. I'm not dreaming. Fatty Lei was happy, like a kid, celebrating the new year. He walked toward Luo Tian step by step. His eyes were trembling, and so was his body. How many years had it been? He couldn't remember how many years it had been. He could only see Boss in his dreams every day. The reason he was guarding this place and resisting the invasion of the sector beasts was to protect Luo Tian. He wanted to prevent Luo Tian from being disturbed by the sector beasts so that Luo Tian could enter the god area and become a supreme great being in the god area. Everything he was doing was for the day when he would reunite with Luo Tian. He wanted to create an incomparably valiant army for Luo Tian. He wanted to help Luo Tian become a sovereign and clear away all obstacles. He wanted to atone for his sins because of the Tianxian land, because of his sisters-in-law's death, because Lin Shui, and the others were arrested. He blamed himself. He blamed himself immensely. When faced with 3 sovereigns, they didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. That sort of feeling was truly unbearable. However, he was even more afraid of facing Luo Tian because he hadn't protected his sister-in-law well. For this reason, he cultivated with all his might, constantly stimulating the mysterious power in his body bit by bit. The demon Buddha was a power that came from another plane. It should be the power of the sin plane, not the myriad worlds of the divine realm. This was something he had learned in hell. At the same time, he had also obtained a cultivation technique for the demon Buddha. In these millions of years, he had constantly broken through. From a little demon in hell, he had become a 3-star demon lord in the demon abyss. However, all of this was far from enough, because a sovereign was too big. It was so large that he couldn't shake it in the slightest. While resisting the sector beasts, he was madly absorbing the sector beasts' blood. The demon Buddha was constantly growing stronger, and so was his cultivation. Once he broke through to the 7-star fiend level, he would lead his troops and charge back to the divine territory. He would return everything that the star god, the ruler of fate, and the ruler of luck had done to him in the profound sky continent 10,000 times over. With every step he took, Fatty Lay clenched his fists tighter. With every step he took, he felt his body grow heavier. He wanted to charge forward. However, he didn't dare because of the self-blame in his heart. His eyes became wet, and his pace slowed down. Fatty Lay looked at Luo Tian and said, "Is that you?" "Young master, is that you?" Luo Tian's heart was also tightly clenched. His eyes were also wet. He quickly nodded and said, it's me, Fatty Lay, it's me, finished." Luo Tian could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He rushed forward and hugged Fatty Lay. Clenching his fists, he hit Fatty Lay on the back and said, "I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. I'm sorry." "Brother, you shouldn't say sorry." However, Luo Tian had to say it. Fatty Lay burst into tears and said, "Young master, I'm sorry. I didn't do anything you asked me to do. My sisters-in-law were captured, and my brothers died, tragically. I didn't protect any of them. It's all my fault. I'm useless." The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What was going on? A 3-star demon lord was actually crying? This Iron Blood demon lord was actually crying? This youngest demon lord who had resisted the invasion of the sector beasts for millions of years was actually crying? Because of a man who had just been exiled to the demon abyss? Luo Tian hugged Feng Lay tightly. They hugged for a long time. Fatty Lay's base. At this moment, Fatty Lay was full of smiles. He had never been so happy in the past millions of years. He said, "Boss, why are you here?" Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, "I need to break through." Fatty Lay frowned and said, "Is it because of Shue and sisters-in-law?" "Damn it. Sister Shue, Chun Chun, and Xener agreed to go with them, but they killed Erden first, followed by Xian Yuan, Little White, and everyone from the Huashan immortal sect. Blood flowed like a river. That's not all. What's more hateful is that they punished Sister Shue, and the others severely. They locked their bodies in cages and used their bodies as a medium to crazily absorb the power of the origin of the Tian-Shan continent. I saw with my own eyes that the origin of the Tian-Shan continent was exhausted, and the warriors withered one by one. Finally, it became an abandoned plain. Less than 1/10 of the tens of billions of people in the Tian-Shan continent died in just one day. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Even the sky was dyed red. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Luo Tian clenched his fists, and his joints cracked. He said, "I heard from Big Beard Qin Tianjing that you were in hell. How did you get out? Are Erden and the others okay?" Fatty Lay's face darkened and said, "I was exiled here, Erden and the others. Erden is bound by the 9 hellish blood chains. He can't escape at all. The others are all dead. Little White is dead. Uncle Frenzied Blade is dead. As for the sisters-in-law, I am not sure. After entering hell, I haven't seen them even once. They should still be alive. Hell was too big. All the dead people in the divine realm's myriad realms would enter the infernal court." Luo Tian's heart was bleeding. It was too unbearable. I could only update so much today. The group was discussing the recent plot. To be honest, the book sealing this time had a huge impact on Old Cow. It had disrupted all of my rhythm. The outline of the plot in the divine territory had changed. Old Cow had wanted to finish it in a short period of time. Over the past few days, I had reduced the plot by at least 500,000 words. I wanted to skip the chapter in the divine territory completely. Moreover, I was doing so. However, everyone don't worry. Undefeated won't end so quickly. There will definitely be a chapter on Earth. Then, good night, everyone. Chapter 1703. One thing after another came at Luo Tian. He had only wanted to go to hell to save people, but now he only wanted to kill people. The two of them talked for a long time. Late at night, Boss, what's your next plan? Now that you're here, I don't have to guard this time crack anymore. I'll let those ferocious sector beasts continue to devour the thousands of worlds in the God Zone. Let's see if those Dominator great beings can still enjoy the fruits of their labor. Fatty Lay was not convinced. Now that Luo Tian was by his side, he was not worried about anything. What he wanted now was to help Luo Tian do whatever he wanted. Sector beasts, very ferocious beings. Once they devoured a plane, they would quickly reproduce and adapt to everything in the plane. Then they would devour everything, be it humans or beasts. They would eat anything. Just like Tao Tai, they would eat anything. The more they ate, the stronger they became. Luo Tian shook his head. Not now. I need to break through and reach the Dominator level. Otherwise, what can we do even if we bring these sector beasts back to the God Zone? We'll still be crushed by those Dominator great beings. I need to break through and level up. This was why he had come to the abyss of demons. If the Time Master had not lied to him, he still had 135,000 years, which was 13.5 days in the God Zone. During this time, he had to break through and become a Dominator. He had to. Fatty Lay said without any hesitation, no problem. I know what to do when you break through. There's nothing else here, but there are many sector beasts. Every time I resist those sector beasts, I get angry. I want to rush into the time crack and kill them all. Now that you're here, hunting them will become a fun game. Ha ha ha! On the Tianxin continent, he knew how Luo Tian could break through and level up. Everything. Fatty Lay naturally knew what Luo Tian needed. Besides, he believed that the sector beasts could make his boss break through crazily because they were too ferocious. Luo Tian smiled. Sector beasts? I want to take a look. Ha ha ha. Boss, don't worry. In less than 3 days, those sector beasts will attack the line of defense. You will be able to see it then. Fatty Lay was excited. With Luo Tian around, he was more excited than ever. In the morning, Fatty Lay said to his subordinates, From today onwards, he is our lord. Huh. My lord, what's the situation? How can someone who has just been exiled here be our lord? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. Not just anyone could become a lord. One must have the strength to convince others. Every lord had to kill their way to the top. You're not convinced, are you? If the two of you aren't convinced, then who else is? Fatty Lay's tone was calm. Immediately after, a few other deputy generals stood out and shouted, We're not convinced either. Every overlord in the abyss has to kill their way to the top. Why is he above you? Is his cultivation higher than yours? He's only at the spirit wheel level. My lord, I know he has an unusual relationship with you, but this is the abyss of demons, not the god dominion. If you want him to be our leader, then he must show us the strength to convince us. Otherwise, many of our brothers won't be convinced. That's right. We have to make him show us enough strength. Fatty Lay's eyes darkened, and he moved his finger. You, and the rest of you, come out. While they were talking, Fatty Lay walked out and said, Don't you want to see his strength? He's my boss, and I'm his underling. I'm his strength. Come. If you guys beat me together, you'll be the lord. While they were talking, the devil Buddha on Fatty Lay's body suddenly shook, and a ferocious and terrifying aura spread out. Those people's faces immediately sank. What did a 3-star demon great being mean? It was an existence that they couldn't shake. How could they be a match for him? Everyone's face turned cold. Although they weren't a match for Fatty Lay, they were still not convinced, and that feeling was even stronger than before. Fatty Lay became unhappy and said, He's my boss, do you understand? He is my boss. Do you understand? If you want him to show his strength, then let's see if you have the strength to kill me. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications to challenge him. He was very excited. Luo Tian walked forward, smiled politely at the crowd, and said, What he said just now was just a joke. There's only one lord here, and that's him. What that brother said just now was right, I don't have enough strength to convince all of you, and a newcomer like me doesn't have the qualifications to be the Lord." Fatty Lay frowned and said, "Boss, you don't have to bow and scrape to them. You are my boss. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to you, I will even F***CK over his 18 generations of ancestors." Luo Tian said, "It's true that I'm your boss, but I'm also a newcomer to the demon abyss. I have to abide by the rules here, and before I'm strong enough, I don't have the qualifications to be the Lord. Everything is up to you, I'll listen to you." If the stalemate continued, it would anger the crowd. Fatty Lay had worked so hard to build up his power, and he couldn't let it be destroyed in his hands. Besides, he didn't have the heart to manage these people, so Fatty Lay could do it. He was here to break through and level up. Fatty Lay looked at Luo Tian's serious expression and didn't dare to say anything more. He said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go back to your own line of defense. Do you still want to eat meat? Do you still want to hunt sector beasts?" Everyone dispersed. Fatty Lay didn't understand why Luo Tian did this. Everything he did was for Luo Tian. Now that Luo Tian was here, he should give him all his power. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Fatty Lay, I can see from their eyes that they only admire you. If I become the Lord, I will lose the hearts of the people, and then these people will leave you. Won't that be a loss of power for me?" Fatty Lay was stunned. In the next few days, Luo Tian defended the first line of defense as a newcomer. They ate and slept together. There was no special treatment. He also slowly became familiar with these people and learned some things from their conversation. Most of the people who were exiled to the demon abyss were great beings who had once been in the God Zone. They had offended some master or some power, so they were exiled here by the Judgment Office. However, the Judgment Office now wouldn't exile any prisoners. They would only kill. The Judgment Office was like a court in the God Zone. It was controlled by a God King. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. Suddenly, the turbid crack suddenly tore open, and a black demon the size of a small mountain rushed out. "The sector beasts are attacking. Make up for yesterday's chapter. 3 more chapters to update today. Chapter 1704. The sector beasts are coming. The sector beasts are coming. Go to the trenches," informed the horde leader. "Go." At the same time, a battle axe fell and landed directly at the space-time rift. A heavy voice rang out, "Prepare for battle!" Fatty Lay landed from the sky. The moment he knew the sector beasts were coming, he rushed over. He wouldn't let his boss be threatened, because he knew very well that the sector beasts were ferocious. Who? They were breathing like cows. Their bodies were covered with strange patterns and scales. They were black and shiny, and their bodies were as strong as mountains. The teeth in their mouths were dense and sharp. The 2 leading sector beasts didn't attack immediately. Instead, they tore the time and space crack apart. Not good. They want to expand the time and space crack. Fong Lay's face darkened, and he shouted, "Team 1, go! Team 2, go! Teams 3, 4, and 5, stay where you are." While they were talking, Fong Lay picked up his battle axe and rushed forward. The time and space crack wasn't big. It was about 5 meters wide, and 1 sector beast could barely rush out of it. When a sector beast rushed in, its combat power would be limited. They were sector beasts that attacked in groups. The more of them there were, the more power they could exert. In the past, they would rush in one by one, but this time they wanted to tear the time and space crack apart. "Stop them! Quick!" Fatty Lay shouted, and the battle axe in his hand chopped down heavily. Long. The battle axe moved the sky and the earth, and the power was overwhelming. Luo Tian was shocked. He exclaimed, "What a strong power!" Indeed, it was a very strong power. The 3-star demon was very strong. Many guards were also excited. They admired this horde leader very much. But when Fatty Lay chopped down with his battle axe, The sector beast didn't move at all. It was still biting the time and space crack. The battle axe hit its back, and a power light was shot out, covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers. One, just like the shields on the battleships in sci-fi movies, this sector beast was protected by a protective air shield. That was why they were so unbridled. An ear-piercing buzzing sound was heard, and Fatty Lay's arm went numb from the vibration. He could not help but take a few steps back, and his face darkened. I've never seen a sector beast like this. It seems that I know too little about sector beasts. He was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a sector beast with such a strong defense. Fatty Lay would never admit defeat. In an instant, if one axe isn't enough, I'll give you another 100 axes. 10,000 axes. I don't believe that I can't hack you to death. Fatty Lay raised his battle axe with both hands and jumped to a height of 1,000 meters. The invisible killing intent of the battle axe rushed into the turbid sky. Rumble. Lightning flashed. Another bolt of lightning struck down heavily. Buzz. Rumble. The sector beast's body only shook a little, but it was not hurt at all. Besides, it did not even look at Fatty Lay. It was still tearing at the space-time crack. Still not enough. Fatty Lay was so angry that he slashed down again. The shield was still there. The sector beast was still unharmed. Again. Rumble. Damn it, again. Rumble. More than 100 axes struck down, but the two sector beasts were still unharmed. They were still tearing at the space-time crack. Under the pain of Fatty Lay's slashes, the crack had been torn open by 1/2 meter. It swallowed this 1/2 meter plane fragment directly. After swallowing it, their bodies had obviously become much bigger, and the aura coming from them had become stronger. Mother asterisk cur. Fatty Lay's anger soared to the sky. He touched his big bald head, and the Devil Buddha on his head became dripping with blood. His body was also suffused with spots of red light. The power of the Devil Buddha was activated. Just as he was about to chop down with his axe again, Luo Tian said, "It's useless. These sector beasts have a protective shield around them. Your power won't be able to do any harm to them." Luo Tian had been paying attention to the amount of blood on the sector beast's head since the beginning. It had reached 100 million points. This was the first time Luo Tian had encountered a monster with such a high amount of blood since he entered the God Zone. Besides, while they were swallowing space-time fragments, their blood was increasing. 100,000 points of blood at a time. Feng Lei was right. These sector beasts were super gluttons. As long as they were given time, they would be able to eat all the 10,000 planes under the control of the God Zone. They would become stronger as they ate, and in the end, they would become invincible. Fatty Lay said angrily, "Boss, what do you think we should do?" At this moment, mocking laughter sounded in the turbid sky. "Fatty, why are you so impotent today? You can't even break the defense of the sector beast. I really don't know how you got this 3-star demon. Ha ha ha. He's as fat as a pig, and he still wants to guard the God Zone. What a joke. He seems to have some bullsh asterisk T-boss. As far as I know, he was just exiled. We are all at the divine feather realm. Do you know what his cultivation level is? Divine will realm, ha ha. Has the Supreme Court become so useless? Even a divine will realm trash has to be exiled? Ha ha ha. These people were all demon lords from the demon abyss. Since the first time Feng Lei resisted the sector beast, they had been mocking him. Fatty Lei had given them sector beasts so that they could absorb the essence of the sector beasts to cultivate. But these people weren't grateful at all. It was as if everything was natural. It was like a little brother offering a big brother. In the past, Feng Lei would just chuckle and laugh it off. But today was different. They were mocking his boss. They could laugh at him, but they couldn't laugh at Luo Tian. Instantly, Fatty Lei was furious. He waved his battle axe and pointed at the sky. His murderous aura was raging as he cursed. F***CK, your ancestors. You can talk about me, but you can't talk about my boss. You bullsh asterisk T. I usually give you face because I don't want to be associated with you. Don't be so shameless. He had never been angry before. This was the first time Fatty Lay was angry at the demon lords. The demon lords' faces darkened. They were so arrogant. How long had they been famous? When Fatty Lay came, they had been famous for millions of years. How could they endure being insulted like this by a junior? Instantly, just as they were about to get angry and say something harsh, the space-time crack suddenly exploded. Quang! Walala! A huge space-time crack was torn open. It was more than 10 meters wide. In the space-time crack, countless sector beasts were staring at them with cold green light. Oh no! Chapter 1705. In addition to the original opening, 3 sector beasts could come out of the crack at the same time. However, it wasn't over yet. The 2 sector beasts were still tearing at the space-time crack. Behind them, countless pairs of green eyes were shining with cold light. Drool was dripping from the gaps between their teeth. Groups of sector beasts were approaching the crack. Their ferocious aura could be felt from 10,000 meters away. Oh no! Fatty Lay's heart sank. He immediately transmitted his voice to Luo Tian and said, "Boss, it's a bit difficult this time. Don't blame them later. Run away first. I'll try my best to block them. I'll buy you some time." He knew better than anyone else how strong sector beasts were. Normally, if they hunted them one by one, they could barely hold on. But if 5 or 6 sector beasts came out together, they couldn't block them at all. They wanted Luo Tian to kill sector beasts to make a breakthrough. Fatty Lay had never expected that 2 sector beasts with defensive shields would appear. Furthermore, they could tear apart the time and space cracks. Everything was out of his expectations. "Fatty, I think you're tired of living. Do you really think you're so great just because you killed a few sector beasts? Who do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? You're just a dog exiled from hell. I still remember how you knelt and kowtowed to me in Demon Abyss. Now that you're a 3-star demon lord, you're so arrogant? Humph! You really don't know your place." At this moment, many demon lords didn't help to block them. Instead, they started to mock Fatty Lay. Naturally, Fatty Lay was enraged. However, he was holding back to protect Luo Tian. Nothing else mattered. "What? Why aren't you talking? Did I hit a sore spot?" "In our eyes, you're just a junior. Don't be too presumptuous. It's easy for us to kill a 3-star demon lord like you. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think too highly of yourself. There's more. From now on, none of the sector beasts you kill can be left behind. All of them belong to us. If you don't listen, we'll make you disappear from Demon Abyss." "You dog, did you hear that?" Fatty Lay acted as if he didn't hear anything. His mind was not on these demon lords at all. He was thinking about how to protect Luo Tian and stall for time for Luo Tian to escape. However, he didn't get angry, but one of his deputies couldn't hold it in any longer. "My lord, you can listen to such words, but I can't. I can't stand it either. Who do they think they are? Not only did they not help when the space-time rift was torn apart, they even made sarcastic remarks. We have been worshipping them all these years. Do they really think we are their slaves? Motherfucker. In any case, the space-time rift has been torn open. Why are we still guarding? If we don't defend, they won't have a good time either. They still act so high and mighty. I really want to shoot them in the face. Damn it. That's right. If we give up our position, we'll just die. Without us, they'll still die." For a moment, many people were dissatisfied. Many people rushed out of the trenches and shouted to the sky, "Aren't you all powerful? Didn't you all cultivate for millions or tens of millions of years? If you have the ability, come down and defend yourselves." "I quit." Many of the demon lords were stunned. Fatty Lay snorted and said, "All of you go back. The Sector Beast army is coming. For the thousands of worlds behind us, for our homeland, We have to defend our position, even if we have to use our last breath. We can't let the sector beasts rush over. Do you understand? My lord. Many deputies looked at Fatty Lay. They didn't know why Fatty Lay still chose to defend his position at this time. Obviously, he was here to die. Besides, those demon lords heard what Fatty Lay said, and they were very happy. They said loudly, "Did you hear that? I told you to go back to the trenches and defend your position. Your lords don't dare to do anything to us, and you want to jump out? Humph! You really need to take a piss and look at yourselves." Fatty Lay looked up, and coldness flashed in his eyes. He whispered to the deputies beside him, "As long as you can defend today, I'll kill them one by one tomorrow." Auntie can bear it. Uncle can't bear it. Do you really think a tiger is a sick cat if it doesn't show its power? Motherfucker. But Fatty Lay said that mainly because he wanted his brothers to defend as long as possible so that Luo Tian could have more time to escape. When he said that, all the deputy generals and their subordinates looked excited. They had been looking forward to this day. For this day, they had endured for tens of millions of years. No matter how difficult this day was, they had been waiting for their lord to show his might. Now that the time had finally come, they would resist this front line no matter what price they had to pay. To kill those demon lords. Fight! Everyone shouted in unison, and their power soared. Chilala at this time. On the other side of the space crack, another big piece was torn off. The sector beast chewed the torn space crack in its mouth as if it was eating candy. It swallowed it, and its body became stronger. At this time, the opening of the space crack was almost 50 meters wide, and 10 sector beasts could enter at the same time. At this time, deep in the dark crack, pairs of eyes opened. In just a few seconds, there were as many sector beasts in the dark as the stars in the night sky. It made one's scalp tingle. Those high and mighty demon lords were so scared that their faces turned pale. They kept retreating, stared at Fong Lei and shouted, "Defend! You have to defend! Even if you die, you have to defend!" No one paid attention to him. Fatty Lei held his battle axe and stood at the front. On his left and right were his deputies. They were like gods of war, standing on his left and right. They waited quietly. Waiting was torture. 1 second felt as long as a year. More and more sector beasts gathered. Fong Lei's eyes turned ferocious as he laughed wildly. "I, Fatty Lei, have always longed for a battle where there is no chance of survival. Come on, you bastards, tremble under my axe." His blood was burning. The devil Buddha above his head flashed red, covering his whole body. One ring after another. The power was rolling. At the same time, it was boiling with excitement. There was no fear. Suddenly, fire soared into the sky. A huge fireball was held by a man, and he walked step by step toward the space crack. Fatty Lei's eyes darkened. When he saw that it was Luo Tian, his face changed. "Boss!" At this time, he couldn't care less. He suddenly roared, "Charge!" Chapter 1706. They didn't know when Luo Tian had entered and appeared in front of them, and a super fireball was thrown at the time and space crack. The demon overlords who were running away all stopped and turned around. Fatty Lei was the most worried, so he was running very fast. But no matter how fast he was, he still couldn't catch up. Hong long long, hong long long, hong long long. The explosion was like thunder, shaking the entire demon abyss. This super fireball was Emperor Yen, and it released 9 streaks of black fighting energy. This power could kill a pinnacle spirit will great being. However, obviously, these sector beasts were above the spirit wheel level. "I'll roast all of you!" Luo Tian roared. Flame Emperor landed and exploded in the time and space crack. At the same time, it illuminated the darkness as if it was daytime. There were countless sector beasts, and every one of them was so ferocious. Every sector beast was staring at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was shocked. Flames exploded. However, Not a single sector beast was killed. The defensive shields on the two sector beasts that were biding the time and space crack suddenly exploded, blocking all the damage from Emperor Yin. Even the 9 streaks of dark fighting energy were blocked. There was no damage at all. All of them missed. Very strange. Very strange. The overbearing, dark dominator's power was unparalleled. Even if it couldn't kill them instantly, it would still cause them serious injuries. However, there was no damage at all. There was no damage to their health points. This was very strange. This had never happened before. Besides, these sector beasts weren't afraid of the dark fighting energy at all. Luo Tian felt that they were very familiar with this dark power and were completely immune to it. This, Luo Tian's heart sank. He moved his fists. The dark fighting energy was released and crazily flowed on Luo Tian's body. Overlord Battle Fist. Huh. He moved his fists, and the dark fighting energy wrapped around them. He heavily hit a sector beast that was biting the time and space crack. Bang! Buzz! Before the fist could land on their bodies, it was blocked by a defensive air shield. Luo Tian could see very clearly that these defensive air shields were like technological products. They were in the shape of a hexagram, net covering their bodies. It was exactly the same as the battleship defense shield in the sci-fi world of his previous life. In that instant, Luo Tian's arms were almost broken from the impact, and his body was sent flying. He was completely unable to break through. So, in mid-air, Luo Tian fell down like an afterimage and smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. His body slid for hundreds of meters before he struggled to get up from the ground. His clothes were torn, his body was covered in blood, and he could not use any strength in his arms. How dare you hurt my boss? F*** King, 18 generations of immortals. Fatty Lei was enraged. He immediately released the power of the Devil Buddha. The blood light moved and forcefully pressed down. The battle axe drew a red light and chopped down. Buzz, rumble. Fatty Lei was also sent flying. It was as if a cannonball had landed on the ground, creating a huge crater. That sector beast did not move at all. It was as if it did not feel any impact. A series of blue ripples appeared on the defensive shield around its body from the attack, and then it quickly disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I thought you were strong. It turns out that you were also sent flying. 3-star demon overlord, how sad. And your bullshit boss, you two are simply a joke. Ha ha ha, several demon overlords could not help but laugh. Fatty Lei was furious. He raised his battle axe and was about to chop it down, but Luo Tian pulled him back and said faintly, "It's just a dog barking a few times. Don't lower yourself to the dog's level. It barks a few times, you can't go up and bite it a few times, right? Dog, who are you calling a dog?" A demon overlord was furious. Luo Tian did not even look at him and said, "I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Come down if you have the guts. I want to see if you have the guts to come down." He was unusually arrogant. The demon overlord immediately wanted to rush down, but when he saw the sector beast at the space-time crack, he could not help but sneer disdainfully. He said, "You want to lure me down to fight the sector beast with you? Do you think I'm as brainless as you? I won't fall for your trick." Luo Tian said directly, "If you don't dare to come down, then get lost as far as you can. Don't ridicule this and that. What qualifications do you have to ridicule others? A mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant. Do you think this is the God Zone? This is a sinful place, the abyss of demons. How dare a piece of trash like you, a beginner spirit wheel, be so arrogant? You overestimate yourself." Another demon overlord snorted coldly. Fatty Lei's battle axe fiercely chopped down, causing the earth to tremble and a straight line of yellow sand to soar into the sky. The battle chi on the axe was activated as he coldly shouted, "If you have the guts, say the word trash again." On the Tianxin continent, he did not like it when people called Luo Tian trash. Now he was still unhappy. I'll say it again. Trash. 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 Damn fatty, what can you do to me? Just you? This abyss of demons is not a place for a new demon overlord like you to be arrogant. That demon overlord said 3 times in a row. Not only is he trash, but you're also trash. Trash that kneels down and kowtows to me. Ha ha ha, you're asking for death. Fatty Lay was furious. He was so angry that he was in a mess. However, at this moment, the crack in time and space was torn open again. This time, it was more than 50 meters wide. It reached 100 meters wide. Luo Tian pulled Fatty Lay and said they won't leave. They can't leave. Let's get rid of these sector beasts first. Then we'll deal with them. Don't worry, none of them can escape. Sector beasts. Experience. A huge amount of experience. What Luo Tian needed to do now was to kill the 2 sector beasts that were biting the crack. Otherwise, the crack would get bigger and bigger. Once they formed a battle line, dozens or hundreds of sector beasts would rush out together like knights charging. Then, they would have no chance of winning. Fatty Lay suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Boss, I can't hold it in any longer." Luo Tian grinned and said, "No rush. Let's deal with the sector beasts first." "How do we deal with them? I've tried all kinds of power, but I can't break their defense at all. The air shield on their bodies is too strong. I've never seen it before. It's not a power from the God Zone at all," Fatty Lay muttered. Indeed, the air shield on their bodies did not belong to any power from the God Zone at all. However, Luo Tian still wanted to give it a try the technique that the system had rewarded him with. It did not belong to any power from the God Zone at all. Thank you for the reward. Good night. Chapter 1707. Flame Emperor's attack was ineffective. Overlord Battle Fist's attack was ineffective. Fatty Lay's Devil Buddha and Pure Power attack were ineffective too. It was as if these 2 sector beasts were immune to any power in the God realm. Why was that? Luo Tian didn't know about other things, but he was sure that these 2 sector beasts that were biting the time and space crack were technological products. The defense shield on their bodies must be some kind of battleship defense shield, or even the sector beasts in the time and space crack were all controlled by a technological civilization. In other words, they were swallowing planes everywhere for the purpose of invading. If that was the case, then the technological civilization's plane was too powerful. Immediately, Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. No matter what he needed to do now was to kill these 2 sector beasts. As for the invasion of the sector beasts and the invasions of other planes, Luo Tian didn't want that to happen, because he still had a lot of things to do in the God realm. At least, the God realm couldn't be destroyed now. As for the future, that was a matter for the future. Fatty Lay said worriedly, "Boss, you have to be careful." Luo Tian nodded and said, "If anything happens to me, don't try to escape. Protect them for me." After that, Luo Tian rushed forward. The power of the God realm was useless to them. Then he would use the power from the earth. The system must be a technological product. It couldn't have been created by a god or a great being. The reward from the system came from the world where the system was born. As far as Luo Tian knew in his previous life, the technology on Earth couldn't be tricked to the point of implanting a game system. Roar! Suddenly a sector beast roared at Luo Tian. The foul-smelling mucus blew against Luo Tian's face, causing him incomparable pain. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious as he took a step forward. Stepping into the space-time rift, he could feel the power of another world. The shock in his heart was crazily colliding, and the dark godhood in the sea of consciousness was colliding and shaking violently. It was like it was going to rush out of Luo Tian's body. It wasn't because of the impact of the time and space crack, but because it was excited. The will of darkness was inexplicably excited. Luo Tian felt as if he had encountered a familiar place. This feeling was similar to when Luo Tian had suddenly arrived on Earth. His heart trembled. Could it be that the dark, overbearing ruler came from the other side of the space-time rift? What kind of realm is it? That's the only explanation. Otherwise, the will of darkness wouldn't be so excited. Luo Tian's heart tightened. No matter where you came from, you're no longer the dark, overbearing dominator. You are now a part of my power, Luo Tian, so please be quiet. His voice deepened. The dark will slowly calm down. Phew! Huff, huff! Luo Tian could feel the breath of the sector beasts right in his face, but these sector beasts did not rush over immediately. From their eyes, Luo Tian could feel the ferocious killing intent and anger, but they did not rush over. That explained one thing. What were they waiting for? Or, to be more direct, whose orders were they waiting for? From this, it was even more obvious that these sector beasts were not products of the space-time rift. They were specially raised in the space-time rift to devour other realms. The 10,000 realms of the God Zone were one of his targets. Luo Tian did not care so much. He quickly pressed his palm down. The power was not strong. Luo Tian was extremely careful. He pressed down bit by bit until the moment he touched the blue light wave air shield on the sector beast. Buzz, 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 buzz. Many halos surrounded the sector beast that was crazily biting the space-time rift. Luo Tian could clearly feel the power of the technological product on the blue air shield. At the same time, in the depths of the space-time rift, a pair of eyes curiously stared at Luo Tian in the dark. Phew! Luo Tian gently exhaled. Since the sector beast was not attacking, he was not in a hurry. He adjusted himself to the best state. Absorbing stars, great technique. Absorb! All of a sudden, Luo Tian's palm suddenly moved. He directly released the absorbing stars, great technique rewarded by the system. This was the technique practiced by the smiling, proud wanderer, Rinwushing. It was very evil. Luo Tian used to absorb godly essence to replenish himself, but this time he wanted to see if these sector beasts could absorb godly essence. As soon as he finished speaking, the strongest power of the absorbing stars, great technique, burst out. What is he doing? Is he massaging the sector beast? Big Fatty, is this your boss? Stupid boss? Ha ha ha. Is he trying to tickle the sector beast to please it? That way he can escape death. He is a coward. What a joke. Such a piece of trash is qualified to be exiled to the abyss of demons. Many of the demon lords laughed. From their point of view, Luo Tian did look like he was tickling the sector beast. Fatty Lei was not in the mood to care about them. He whispered to his lieutenant, "Get ready to fight. As long as the sector beast attacks him, we will immediately rush over to get him. We can't let boss get hurt. As long as we don't die today, we will kill all the demon lords tomorrow." No matter what Fatty Lei said, they would listen to him, because many of them had been saved by Fatty Lei. Even if they knew they would die if they rushed over, they would not frown. They were all ready to go. As long as they survived, they would be able to make these highly regenerated demon lords disappear forever tomorrow. Halala! 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 The blue light wave was moving rapidly, and it was absorbed by Luo Tian's body. This kind of technological power shocked Luo Tian. He just wanted to try, but he never thought he could really absorb the blue air shield. The more he absorbed, the more he could feel the hidden technological power in the air shield. What kind of world is this? Earth. Earth's future technology? Too powerful. He came from Earth, so naturally he was connected to the technology on Earth. However, when he left, the technology on Earth was not so powerful. Had Earth experienced tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years with him? If that was the case, then it was really possible. These sector beasts might be products of Earth. Deep in the crack of time and space, there was a sudden tremor. Those ferocious sector beasts opened their eyes in anger. The voice just now was an order. They roared like rolling thunder and rushed toward Luo Tian. At the same time, Fatty Lei suddenly shouted, "Charge!" Kill. Thousands of guards rushed up together. Those demon lords in the air quickly retreated to a safe distance. Everyone sneered. What a moron. Still rushing up like this. He is simply courting death. At this moment, the war was about to start. Chapter 1708. The reason why the sector beasts were angry was that Luo Tian had broken their air shield. If he absorbed another sector beast's air shield, he wouldn't be able to tear open the time and space crack again. So they were angry. They roared like thunder, crushing toward him. At the same time, Fatty Lei led many guards and rushed forward. This was the strongest collision in the history of the Abyss of Demons. Fatty Lei had been guarding this front for more than 1,000,000 years, and he had never encountered so many sector beasts. Today he was determined to die. The guards behind him were the same. They had something they were protecting. Maybe it was their homeland or some kind of will. Anyway, from the first day, they followed Feng Lei. They had put their lives aside. Kill. They were ferocious, and they weren't any weaker than those sector beasts. Back to Luo Tian. After absorbing the energy of the blue air shield, his head sank. The system became irritable for some reason, as if it was scared and excited at the same time. Luo Tian couldn't describe this feeling, but Luo Tian had a feeling that the system had something to do with the world on the other side of the time and space crack. Even, it was possible that the system in his body was implanted by the technology plane on the other side. Why was this happening? Luo Tian didn't know. The system had been changed, and he couldn't communicate with the smart system anymore. He also didn't know who had implanted the system in his body. The only thing he wanted to do now was to kill. Hum, long, long, hum, long, long, hum, long, long. The time and space crack was shaking. Hundreds of sector beasts rushed up together, like thousands of soldiers and horses. Luo Tian stood where he was and clenched his fists. He said in his heart, "It has an air shield. What about you?" "No. Otherwise, how could you stay where you are?" "If that's the case..." Godly explosion! Luo Tian shouted in his heart and his power surged. He moved his right palm, and his arm started to burn. Then flames started to spin under Luo Tian's feet. The spinning range was getting bigger and bigger. It was about 100 meters wide. Suddenly, the flames rushed up and started to burn. Luo Tian held a huge fireball and faced the sector beasts rushing up. He frowned. Dark fighting spirit. So 9 dragon-like dark fighting spirits rushed out of his body and rushed into Flame Emperor, swimming on the surface of the fireball. Flame Emperor. Explode. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down from the cloudy sky. Flame Emperor exploded. It went straight into the time and space crack. Hum, hum. Rumble, thunder roared, crazily crushing and crazily burning. The sector beasts that had rushed forward were instantly crushed. Bright red damage values kept popping up above their heads. 189,778, 208733, 128697. All of them dealt 6-digit damage. But the HP bar above their heads was too terrifying. Each of them had 100 million HP. It was impossible to use Flame Emperor to instantly kill them. Luo Tian's current cultivation was still too weak. The power of the spirit wheel level couldn't maximize the power of Flame Emperor. The sector beasts didn't get messed up because of the damage. Instead, they rushed out even faster. Who? Sector beasts rushed out of the flames one by one, and their bodies were burning. One of the sector beasts leaped into the air, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on Luo Tian's head. At that moment, the sector beast released an extremely thick and strange power that crushed Luo Tian's mind. Whoa! His knees trembled, and his body bent under the pressure. F***CK. Oppressive suppression. It's oppressive suppression again. Luo Tian hated this kind of attack the most. His head was heavy, and it was very uncomfortable. It made him irritable. Luo Tian was even more irritable. He clenched his fists and bounced the flames away. Overlord body. Huh. Luo Tian's body was covered with armament hockey. His right foot shook and his body rushed up. You like oppressive suppression, don't you? I'll let you do it. Pum. The sector beast bit down. However, its teeth bit down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian wasn't hurt, but several of its teeth were broken. At that moment, Luo Tian moved his fists. Overlord Battle Fist. Pung pung. He punched the upper jaw of the sector beast. The sector beast opened its mouth. Luo Tian's body bounced up and flew out. His fist turned black as he floated in the air. He stared at the sector beast, which was screaming in pain. I will let you know what it means to be crushed. Pum, pum, pum. He punched out one punch after another. It was like a storm. In the air, the sector beast's body fell. Luo Tian rode on the sector beast's body and punched it. Hum! The sector beast hit the ground, creating a huge pit. Luo Tian didn't stop there. He kept punching. He didn't hold back. Every time, he used Overlord Battle Fist. Every time he used his full strength. The dark, overbearing Dominator power was released crazily. The sector beast's head was cracked. Its brain was splattered. Blood gushed out. Luo Tian didn't stop there. In the end, he tore off the head of the sector beast and raised it into the air. He stared coldly at the demon overlords in the distance, then threw the head down. D****. Who else is there? He was so domineering. He had killed a sector beast with his bare hands. At that moment, the demon overlords looked gloomy. Is he still human? Can a spirit wheel have such power? Where did this kid come from? Was he really exiled here by the ruling institution? Fatty Lei was excited. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Crazy laughter. Loud crazy laughter. Fatty Lei turned around and looked at the shocked demon overlords. He laughed loudly and said, Why don't you laugh at me again? Trash? How can my boss be a trash? You pieces of sh**t, just wait and see. Ha ha ha. His underlings were also very excited. So strong. I always thought the Overlord was the most terrifying. I didn't expect him to be even more terrifying. Crazy. He's crazy. Everyone's blood was boiling. Even the sector beasts were frightened by the arrogant and domineering aura released by Luo Tian. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. They growled and retreated involuntarily. At the same time, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a sector beast. You have gained 1 million experience points, 0 divine origin points, and 100 origin points. Ding! Do you want to integrate the origin points? Integration successful. When he heard the notification, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1709. From the moment he entered the God Zone, he knew that he couldn't merge with the power of the origin. His soul came from Earth. Earth was his home planet, his land of origin. He could only merge with the power of the origin from there. The system had made it very clear. All this time, the people Luo Tian had killed all had their powers of the origin, but none of them had succeeded. Over time, Luo Tian didn't care about the power of the origin. After all, the power of the origin wasn't important to warriors below the Dominator level. He didn't take it seriously, but what could he do? He still couldn't merge with it. But now, he had merged with 100 points of power of the origin. What did that mean? It meant that the sector beast came from his home planet, Earth. How could he not be shocked? Are they really from Earth? When did Earth have such a powerful species? There are sector beasts? How is that possible? Luo Tian couldn't believe it. Before he transmigrated, everything on Earth was normal. Not to mention the ferocious sector beasts. Even the ferocious beasts were almost eaten by humans. How could there be such a sector beast? Even if there were, it would have been cooked and eaten. Is Earth like the Tianxian continent? 10,000 years in a blink of an eye? Then suddenly, Luo Tian realized a very serious problem. This problem was so serious that he frowned. What about my asterisk, asterisk, asterisk? Did they disappear too? This was a very important question. After all, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk had blessed him so many times. If he could go back to his previous Earth, he would definitely go to Japan to thank her. If possible, he would ask her for advice or practice a few moves with her. The power of the origin has been merged. The sector beast came from Earth. Luo Tian mumbled to himself. His brain wasn't working fast enough. Looking at the majestic sector beast that was like a small mountain, he couldn't associate it with Earth. It was even stronger than the Tyrannosaurus rex from the Jurassic period. Of course, this was all Luo Tian's guess. Did the sector beast really come from Earth? Could the power of the origin only merge with the home planet of the soul? There was no accurate answer. The only thing he knew was that he had fused with the power of the origin. Even if the sector beast did not come from Earth, it should be related to Earth. Luo Tian had once checked the 10,000 planes under the control of the divine realm, but there was no Earth. In other words, Earth was not under the jurisdiction of the divine dominion. She belonged to another realm. I don't care anymore. Now is not the time to return to Earth. I'll level up first and turn God's domain upside down. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He no longer thought about the origin force. Even if he did, it would be useless. 100 points of origin energy was as good as nothing. It was completely useless against Luo Tian, who was at the spirit wheel realm. Luo Tian walked out of the deep pit. The closest sector beast to him was less than 100 meters long. Its body was charred black, and its eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the space-time rift. Woo! Woo! The sector beast let out a roar, and the fear in its eyes disappeared. It became extremely manic and rushed toward Luo Tian with all its might. Fatty Lay laughed wildly and said, "Brothers, have you seen how powerful my boss is? Now it's time for us to perform. Remember, if any sector beast is left with one breath, give it to my boss. Don't ask why, because, damn it, I don't have time to answer." Voila! He picked up his battle axe and rushed forward. Whoosh, 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 the battle axe was waved, and there was an ear-piercing sound. A group of guards followed behind him, and they also rushed forward crazily. They were all fighting with their lives. "Boss, take a rest. It's our turn." As soon as Fatty Lay finished speaking, he rushed into the sky. The Devil Buddha burst out a burst of bloody light. He held the battle axe with both hands and chopped down heavily. Hung long long. Awoo! The sector beast screamed in pain. Its body sank and blood gushed out. Fatty Lay cursed. "Aren't you able to block my attacks? Why don't you resist again? Damn it!" While they were talking, Fatty Lay hammered the sector beast down with his axe again, making it completely lose its combat power. Then he walked to the sector beast and sucked in its blood. The sector beast's blood was burning crazily in his body, but it was also being absorbed by his special body constitution. His eyes flashed with red light. Awesome! He broke through by swallowing blood. The sector beast came from another world, but its blood also contained great power. Then he shouted to Luo Tian in the distance, "Boss, I'll leave it to you." Pum, pum, pum. The battle line was more than 500 meters long. Fong Lei had killed an injured sector beast, but the army of sector beasts had knocked his guards off their feet. After a wave of attacks, more than 10 of his guards had died. They had suffered heavy casualties. On his side, he had only killed one sector beast, and that was only for now. Sector beasts were still rushing out of the time and space crack. Another sector beast with a blue light air shield was still biting the time and space crack. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, which was very unfavorable for Fatty Lay and the others. Hung long long. Help me! My leg! My leg! Ah! Screams came one after another. They were sent flying into the air, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere. Suddenly, Fatty Lay's force, which he had spent 1,000,000 years building, was mostly consumed in this battle. Fatty Lay didn't feel bad, but Luo Tian did. No. Luo Tian killed the sector beast that Fatty Lay had left behind. Looking at the endless stream of sector beasts rushing up, he was nervous. If this continues, Fatty Lay and the others will be finished. Demon Abyss will be finished, and then the 10,000 planes controlled by the God Zone will be finished. I don't want to see this result now. Fatty, cover me. As soon as he said that, Luo Tian had already rushed out. He had to kill the sector beast that was biting the time and space crack. Otherwise, when he tore the crack to a size of 1,000 meters, Demon Abyss would be eaten up by the sector beasts rushing out in a short time. Fatty Lay also knew that this couldn't go on. Seeing his brothers dying one by one, he was furious. Understood. Brothers. Cover boss. Kill them. Fatty Lay took the lead and rushed out. Luo Tian's body kept moving like a phantom. Finally, he rushed to the edge of the time and space crack. Looking at the sector beast that was still biting the time and space crack, he moved his palm and put it on the blue light air shield on the beast's back. At this moment, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and looked at the space-time rift. There was a man in a long robe. His body was filled with a strange power that gave Luo Tian the feeling that this man was an immortal. Absorbing stars, great skill. Absorb! God or devil, he had to kill the sector beast that was tearing the time and space crack first. Chapter 1710. Absorbing stars, great technique. Luo Tian pressed his palm against the space and immediately performed Absorbing stars, great technique. At the same time, the immortal-like man in the crack of time and space had a cold gleam in his eyes. Roar! An extremely majestic sector beast pounced forward with a thunderous roar. Long. It stood up on its 2 legs, and its body was 100 meters tall. It slammed its claws down at Luo Tian. Hula! It pierced through the void. Overlord body. Luo Tian moved his body and released the Overlord body. His skin was as hard as steel. Pum! He took the hit head-on. However, Luo Tian's body still shook, and he was almost knocked away. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The blood in his throat was boiling, and he couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Suck! Luo Tian still didn't stop. He couldn't stop either. As long as he sucked this sector beast that was tearing the crack of time and space to death, the crack wouldn't expand. It would even repair itself. After all, the God Zone had its own space law, and the power of the law protected all the worlds in the God Zone. Pung! Another slap came down. Luo Tian's body sank again. Fatty Lay saw this and shouted angrily, "Come at me if you dare, you bastards!" They wanted to help Luo Tian, but it was impossible. They were all surrounded by sector beasts, and their brothers were dying one after another. However, in the distance, those demon overlords looked at everything coldly. They didn't seem to want to help at all. They were cold-blooded. Luo Tian spat out another mouthful of blood. He said, "I can still take it." Suck it. Luo Tian crazily absorbed the energy on the blue light air shield. He couldn't help but look into the crack of time and space. He looked at the pair of human eyes. They were gloomy and filled with ferocious coldness. It was chilling. Luo Tian was looking at him. He was also looking at Luo Tian. There was doubt in his eyes that Luo Tian couldn't see. He was puzzled as to why Luo Tian's technique was able to break through the power of his realm. Even if the strongest master from the God realm came, he would not be able to use his godly origin power to destroy the light shield on the body of the sector beast. Besides, the technique Luo Tian used reminded him of an ancient civilization, the Chinese civilization. Could it be that there are also descendants of Huaxia in this plane? That's absolutely impossible. He immediately denied it. It was simply impossible. Huaxia planet was separated by who knows how many millions of light years. Even God realm experts couldn't enter the myriad worlds of the divine realm. There was only one way to enter the myriad worlds of the divine realm. Using the sector beast to tear open a space crack, he forced his way in. However, even if the sector beast could tear open a space crack, before the space laws of the myriad worlds in the God Zone were completely destroyed, he would not be able to enter. This was because the power he cultivated was different. With his current cultivation level, his current body could not withstand the crushing power of another space law. It was like two planes with different gravitational forces. Once one took the risk to enter, one's body would not be able to withstand it, and all kinds of symptoms would appear. This was also why he had not entered the abyss of demons. He had only been able to command the sector beasts from the space-time crack. However, as long as he had enough time to adapt, he would definitely be able to familiarize himself with the space laws of the myriad worlds of the divine realm one day. In other words, when that day came, he would be able to enter the myriad worlds of the divine realm and lead his army of sector beasts to sweep across the divine realm. Back to Luo Tian. He did not know who that man was or where he came from, but he knew what he had to do now. Absorbing Star's great technique was absorbing like crazy. The blue light shield started to distort and flicker. Its energy was almost drained. How? The man in the space-time crack let out a strange cry. This time, more than a dozen sector beasts rushed over together. Hong long long, hong long long, hong long long. The earth shook crazily. Luo Tian's back was soaked in cold sweat. The defense of the overlord body was indeed impressive, but the power of the sector beasts was too strong. One sector beast was already difficult to withstand, let alone 10 at the same time. Faster! Hurry up! Faster! Luo Tian was secretly anxious. The power in his palms kept increasing. Boss! Fatty Lei also noticed. He picked up his battle axe and tried to fly to Luo Tian's side. Pung! A sector beast slapped him down with its palm. King ancestor. Fatty Lei got up from the ground and roared. He slashed his battle axe at a sector beast. The sector beast's skin split open, but it could not kill it at all. He could not break through the defense line of the sector beasts. In the distance, those cold demon overlords laughed. Does he really think he's the savior? He was lucky to break one biting sector beast. I can't believe he wants a second one. His brain is flooded with water. He's a total idiot. Fatty Lei heard these words. Fatty Lei's eyes were bloodshot. He cursed, "You bastards! We can't resist and you'll die too. It's fine if you don't help, but you're still talking nonsense. Don't give me a chance, or I'll kill you one by one." Huh. While he was talking, a sector beast knocked him away. He hit the ground hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Damn Fatty, you want to kill us? Think about yourself first. Can you get it today? Ha ha ha, he'll definitely die. A bunch of idiots. How dare they try to stop the sector beasts? Aren't they looking for death? Demon Abyss is so big. What's the point of letting him occupy a small area? What a moron. Fatty Lei was furious. How could they say something like that? Wasn't that the same as a traitor's dog? He really did not have time to care about them. If he was distracted, he would be hit by the sector beasts. Besides, his brothers were falling one by one. No matter what, he had to support them to reduce the pressure on Luo Tian. At this moment, pung, 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 10 sector beasts attacked Luo Tian together. Almost. The blue light shield was almost finished absorbing the energy. As long as it absorbed all the energy, it could stop the sector beasts from biting the time and space crack again. Facing the attacks of 10 sector beasts, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and resisted. Pooh! Pooh! Luo Tian kept spitting out black blood. His overlord body was about to be shattered. The pain was unbearable. It was worse than death, but he did not give up. Ah! Luo Tian looked up and roared. He raised his hand and shouted at Fatty Lei, "Fatty, take your people and run!" Fatty Lei was dazed. He did not want to leave his boss behind, but if he went to Luo Tian, he must have a way. Suddenly, Fatty Lei suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone pushed out. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and stared at the man in the time and space crack. He roared, "Dragon God Forbidden Technique? Dragon Transformation!" Chapter 17:11. The moment he finished absorbing the energy of the blue light shield, Luo Tian jumped. He used his ultimate move. Hum, long, long, hum, long, hum, long, roar. A dragon roar exploded. The sky shook, and the aura spread millions of kilometers. The entire demon abyss was shaking. A black dragon god phantom fell from the sky and went into Luo Tian's body. What is that? Is he from the dragon race? Impossible. The dragon race is not that strong in the God Zone. That dragon roar was different. Even I couldn't resist it. Wait, look. All the demon overlords changed their expressions. They all looked at Luo Tian, who was surrounded by sector beasts, and they saw that his body was changing. Dragon scales started to grow on the surface of his skin, and a thick, dark power was released from his body without restraint. In just a few seconds, Luo Tian had transformed into the ancestor of the dark dragon god. In front of his huge body, those sector beasts were as small as ants. Luo Tian soared into the sky, and the huge dragon god covered the sky. The black dragon scales on his body were very ferocious, and the cold light was terrifying. Roar! The dragon god roared in the sky, turned around, and swung his huge tail. Pum! Boom, 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 boom. It was an absolute defeat. The sector beasts were swallowed by the dark power and turned into meat paste when they were hit by the huge tail. The army of sector beasts, which had been aggressive, was now running back into the time crack like homeless dogs. Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the sector beast. You have gained 100,000 experience points, 0 divine origin points, and 100 origin points. Ding! Assimilation of origin energy successful. You currently have 200 origin energy points. Ding! The system notification kept ringing. The power of the black dragon god ancestor was too strong. After enduring the dark thunder test, its power became even more ferocious. Fatty Lei stood there in a daze. It wasn't just him. His brothers behind him, as well as the demon lords in the distance, were all dumbstruck as they looked at the unbridled dark dragon god. He was simply too powerful. He never thought that a person could transform into a dragon. Furthermore, he was the dragon god ancestor. Wasn't this too awesome? Fatty Lei was the most excited. He clenched his fists and said, "Boss is mighty and domineering." Awesome. Ha ha ha. One of his brothers behind him couldn't help but say, "My lord, my lord, my lord." One voice turned into two. Two turned into four. In the end, everyone was calling Luo Tian Lord. The power that Luo Tian had displayed had convinced them, won their admiration and recognition. The expressions of the fiend lords twisted, and they glanced at each other. None of them would have thought that Luo Tian would actually become so powerful. What he said just now made them feel lingering fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luo Tian was still crazily crushing his opponent. However, the divine essence in his body was burning crazily, and his physical strength was also decreasing crazily. Releasing the divine dragon forbidden technique required the support of a strong physical body. If it wasn't for the overlord war body staring at him, he would have already returned to his original body. However, the overlord war body consumed too much divine essence. Furthermore, these sector beasts only gave experience, not divine essence, which meant that Luo Tian couldn't replenish his divine essence by killing these sector beasts. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the sector beast. You have gained 100,000 experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 100 origin points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Divine Wheel level 4. Phew, he leveled up. His divine essence was instantly restored. The Overlord War body burned again. However, Luo Tian's physical endurance didn't increase much, and his physical endurance didn't increase like the divine essence because of leveling up. It was still uncomfortable. I have to kill more sector beasts. Luo Tian felt a chill in his heart. He had to kill as many sector beasts as possible when he transformed into a dragon god to gain more experience and maximize the effect of the dragon god forbidden technique. Therefore, Luo Tian endured the pain of his physical body and continued to crush the sector beasts. Hong! Hung long long! Hung long long! All of a sudden, there were deafening footsteps in the space crack. A big monster appeared. The sector beasts that had rushed into the space crack were all scared and retreated. Many sector beasts were directly swept out by a blast of air. Sector beasts with bodies like small mountains were swept away by the blast of air? What did this mean? At this moment, Fatty Lay's face tightened, and he shouted again, back off, all of you! Boss, there is a big monster in the space crack. Be careful. Fatty Lay ordered everyone to back off while loudly reminding Luo Tian. He didn't back off. Instead, he stood where he was. Deep in his dantian, a blood pill started to operate. This was the demon beast bloodline power that he had accumulated since the Tianqian continent. Over the past few million years, he had accumulated hundreds of trillions of demon beast bloodlines. This was his strongest power. At this moment, he had to be prepared. He had to protect Luo Tian. Hong long long, a sector beast was kicked out like a cannonball, hitting the dragon god's body hard. Hong! There was a loud noise. The dragon god's body shook, and the part that was hit hurt. His body couldn't help but fly sideways for dozens of miles. A piece of dragon scale fell off, and blood dripped out. It actually broke the defense of the black dragon god and knocked off his dragon scale. This kind of power Luo Tian had never seen before. Roar! Without waiting for Luo Tian's order, the dragon god ancestor was furious. It roared into the sky, and dark flames rolled out from all over its body, covering 1,000,000 miles. Its dragon body kept rolling. It was furious. The dragon god ancestor was furious. It was completely out of Luo Tian's control. It was completely furious. At this moment, Hong long long, an incomparably huge pillar emerged from the space-time rift, or more accurately, an incomparably huge foot walked out from the rift. It was huge. It gave people a feeling that it was crushing their souls. It was crushing their souls, not their sea of consciousness. Even their souls were trembling. What kind of monster was this? Luo Tian's heart also tightened. Those demon overlords that had stayed in midair fell down one by one. They couldn't bear the impact of this thing and couldn't stay in midair. It was too strong. It was so strong that it made their hearts die. Hong long long, the body pushed forward. A huge body rushed out. It was a huge elephant. Its whole body was shining with golden light. Boss! Chapter 1712. The instant it charged out, golden light flashed. However, Luo Tian didn't pay attention to the golden light on its body. Instead, Luo Tian's mind sank as though it was about to shatter. Bang! Bang! One of the retreating guards fell to the ground, unable to rise. His face was ashen and his mind was shattered. Bang! In the distance, a one-star fiend lord suddenly knelt down, fiercely kowtowing towards the primordial elephant. His face was as white as paper, and his entire body was trembling non-stop. His lips were purple, and he repeatedly kowtowed. He kowtowed until his head bled, but he continued to kowtow. Bang! Yet another one-star fiend knelt down. Bang! Yet another knelt down. Ah! In the instant that the elephant appeared, the aura emanating from its body directly attacked their minds. Their minds weren't able to withstand it at all. Quite a few people's minds exploded and they died. Even those lofty, arrogant fiend lords were unable to withstand it. They knelt down in agony, kowtowing. It was too unbearable. Luo Tian, in his dragon god form, was the closest to it. His mind felt as though it was 10,000 meters deep in water. The powerful pressure was nearly crushing him. It was extremely unbearable. It had only appeared, but it was already so powerful. Then how powerful was its attack? Whoosh! Ancestor, can you handle it? If you can't, let's retreat for now. Once I break through to a higher level and my body is a bit stronger, we'll come again. Luo Tian couldn't help but say. It wasn't that he was afraid. Rather, this elephant was simply too powerful. The elephant's body was towering in the air, at least 10,000 meters in size. The size of its body wasn't any weaker than the dragon god ancestors. In addition, the aura emanating from its body was extremely strange. It should be the aura of the world on the other side of the space-time rift. Luo Tian didn't expect this. Who would have thought that such an enormous monster would be hidden within the space-time rift? No wonder those two sector beasts were constantly tearing at the space-time rift. Could it be that they were trying to release him? If that was the case, once it appeared, all living creatures would be plunged into misery and suffering. Rivers of blood would flow. There was no chance of survival. Roar! The incomparably furious dragon god ancestor suddenly roared and said in his mind, "There's nothing I can't do. If he provokes this ancestor, I will definitely let him experience the power of my dragon god ancestor." He was furious. He was really infuriated. The dragon god ancestor roared at the giant elephant. Its huge dragon mouth was like a black hole, and the roaring sound made the sector beasts crawl on the ground and scream in pain. At this moment, that giant elephant stood up on its hind legs, its body upright, and let out an elephant trumpet at the dragon god ancestor in the sky. Wah! Rumble! 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 Heaven and earth shook. The moment the cry fell, its two front legs suddenly pressed down. Rumble! Rumble! The earth was rolled up, and a tremor came from the depths of the earth's core. With the giant elephant as the center, a magnitude 10 earthquake struck. The earth's crust was moving, the mountains were collapsing, and the earth was cracking open. Countless bottomless cracks appeared. The power of this roar was simply off the charts. Kill him! You must kill him! At first, Luo Tian was not too excited. He had seen many bosses, including those shining with golden light and purple light, so he did not feel much about this elephant at first. However, the power that had burst out was simply too terrifying, so he thought that he also needed a beast warrior system. If he could transform into this giant elephant, then what the F***? Luo Tian was almost drooling. This was too terrible. However, before Luo Tian could finish his words, the giant elephant suddenly moved. Its long trunk directly wrapped around the dragon god ancestor's body and suddenly shrank. Kacha! Kacha! There was a burst of explosion. Countless scales fell down. The dragon god ancestor was twitching in pain. At the same time, the ancestor's huge mouth suddenly moved and bit the giant elephant's long trunk. Endless, dark, devouring power crazily seeped into the giant elephant's body through the gaps between its teeth. Wah! The giant elephant also let out a scream of pain. The trunk loosened. It turned into a huge trunk whip and swung hard, hitting the dragon head hard. Bang! The dragon god ancestor's body tilted and was sent flying. However, at this moment, his dragon tail swung and directly whipped the giant elephant's body. Rumble! 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 The sound of explosions rose and fell one after another. A dragon and an elephant crazily wrestled together. It had to be said, Luo Tian had never seen the dragon god ancestor in such a sorry state, nor had he seen such a giant elephant monster. Once again, he was curious about the plane on the other side of the space-time crack. What kind of plane was it? There was actually such a powerful creature. One had to know that even the entire divine realm did not have such a powerful monster. Huff, 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 huff. The dragon god ancestor panted like an ox, and many scales on his body fell off. Traces of dragon blood seeped out from the gaps in the scales. The blood merged with the dark aura, becoming even more ferocious and terrifying. The giant elephant was not much better. Like the dragon god ancestor, it had never seen such a ferocious dragon god. Its body was also full of scars, and it was panting like an ox. The man in the space-time crack was also like Luo Tian. He did not expect this giant dragon to have such powerful strength. However, he believed that the giant elephant would definitely win, because he felt that Luo Tian's aura in the dragon god ancestor's body was very weak. If he guessed correctly, Luo Tian's body was about to collapse. If he could not hold on, he could not evolve into a giant dragon. He had noticed this when Luo Tian became the dragon god ancestor. However, Luo Tian gave him a very special feeling. Luo Tian's cultivation level was not strong, but he could transform into a dragon god great ancestor. His power was not strong, but he could kill sector beasts. Luo Tian's technique was very special. That move, absorbing stars' great technique, reminded Luo Tian of the ancient Huaxia civilization. It was a brilliant and powerful civilization, and it was a very powerful plane in his realm. Could he be from the Huaxia civilization? He did not know. However, he had his mission. He wanted to devour all the realms in the divine realm because there was no need for such a low-level realm to exist. That was his goal. Roar! The man suddenly let out a deep roar. The giant elephant seemed to have been stimulated and became extremely manic. The power that erupted from its body was several times stronger than before. Bang! Bang! The minds of several one-star fiend lords were crushed. At this moment, the dragon god ancestor's mind moved. Kid, don't you know the second move of the dragon god forbidden technique? The second move. Flying Sky. Chapter 1713. Flying Sky. When Luo Tian changed the system, there were 3 kinds of cultivation method. Prison break and the damage of the cultivation method had been increased. The Dragon God Forbidden Technique's original 1 move, Dragon Transformation, became 3 moves. The second move, Flying Sky. The third move, Soul Shock. When the Dragon God Ancestor mentioned it, Luo Tian suddenly thought of it. It was just that Luo Tian had never used Flying Sky before. Could his current body withstand it? He wasn't sure. Since the Dragon God Ancestor asked him to open it, then he did not hesitate at all. That was the sentence. He would die with his eggs facing the sky. If he didn't die, then he would die for tens of thousands of years. Luo Tian's heart sank. All right, I'll listen to you. As soon as he finished, the Dragon God Ancestor immediately shouted, Wait a moment, wait for me to wrap around that giant elephant. At this moment, the giant elephant was infuriated and incomparably irritable. The aura on its body swept out wave after wave, causing the entire demon abyss to tremble. This guy was simply terrifying to the extreme. Luo Tian wanted to have such a beast martial incarnation more and more. That would definitely be very awesome. Roar! The ancestor roared, and his huge body rushed down. The giant elephant roared, and its 2 legs crazily trampled on the ground. The surrounding ground was uneven and cracked, and countless cracks were torn apart. The 2 elephant tusks fiercely pierced towards the ancestor. The ancestor did not dodge. He used his dragon head to forcefully collide with it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment of impact, a wave of power shot out tens of millions of kilometers, directly enveloping half of the demon abyss. Countless demons were scared out of their wits. Countless demon beasts' minds were broken. An entire demon abyss was emitting explosive sounds. A powerful energy shock wave swept out, and the surrounding planes could feel it. Even the divine realm was shaken. However, this was a place of exile, a place of sin, a place that even ghosts were not willing to come to. Who would care about this place? Who would care that this place was making a difficult resistance in order to protect the divine realm? No one knew. Boom! The long trunk of the elephant was like a huge stone pillar as it smashed towards the old ancestor's head. The old ancestor's body sank, and the scales on his head flew up. Dark red blood dripped out. Luo Tian could clearly feel the pain. If this kind of power hit him, he would instantly turn into meat paste. Roar! The great ancestor roared. His huge body suddenly rolled up and wrapped around the giant elephant like a flash of lightning. At this moment, with a thought, he superimposed all the dark energy on Luo Tian's body and shouted, "You can now use the fairy apsaras!" Rumble! Luo Tian's body was enveloped by a powerful dark energy. It was as if he was in a sea of energy. This kind of energy was too powerful. Supported by the power of the dragon god patriarch, Luo Tian frowned. Flying heavens! Crack! Just like the gears of a huge machine, a crisp sound rang out. Then the gears spun faster and faster, more and more violently. In the end, they spun like the wings of a helicopter. Woo! Wah! The giant elephant was roaring and struggling. The dragon god patriarch laughed maniacally and said, "You'd better behave yourself." His body continued to shrink, tightly coiling around it. At this moment, the giant elephant slowly rose into the air. Bound by the ancestor, it floated up. Flying heavens! This is flying heavens. Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. Flying heavens was simply flying into the sky. The second move of the dragon god's forbidden skill was actually so weak. The dragon transformation was so fierce that it wanted to die. But flying heavens was actually so weak. It had to be said. At this time, Luo Tian was a little disappointed. Simply bringing an object into the sky, what kind of damage was that? What kind of meaning was that? He really didn't know why the dragon god patriarch would let him use the second move, flying heavens. He couldn't understand. However, Luo Tian did not understand, but the dragon god patriarch was incomparably excited. He continued to endure the heavy blows of the giant elephant as he laughed arrogantly. "Is that all you have? Is that all you have? It's not enough. Where's the master of your time and space crack? Let him give you even more power. Little bastard, play with me, I won't play you to death." Luo Tian really didn't know why he was so excited and arrogant. Wasn't it just flying in the sky? Could it be that he wanted to fly high up in the sky and kill the giant elephant? The ancestor knew what Luo Tian was thinking and said slightly, "It's to fall him to his death from high up in the sky." Huh. Luo Tian was startled and said, "How could such a powerful demon beast like the giant elephant fall to its death?" The old ancestor smiled and said, "Not now, but later I will." Wait. Unknowingly, Luo Tian and the others had already flown to 1,000 meters in the air and were still flying upwards. The giant elephant was still attacking the ancestor, but the ancestor did not loosen his grip and was still desperately trying to restrain the giant elephant. 1,000 meters in the air was of no use to the giant elephant. However, what about 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, even 1,000,000 meters? What was flying heavens? Above the sky, this was called flying heavens. Half an hour passed. Luo Tian was still flying upwards. An hour passed. He was still flying. And because of the support of the dragon god ancestor's dark power, Luo Tian did not feel any discomfort. This hour was too boring. Luo Tian could not help but ask, "How much longer do we have to fly?" The dragon god ancestor said, "Just fly to the height it wants to fly to." "Who is it?" Luo Tian asked. The ancestor replied, "Of course, it's this little brat I'm holding back." "Huh. Why is it the height it wants?" Luo Tian was still puzzled. The ancestor sneered and said, "Because flying heavens will calculate the height according to the person or demon beast I've tied up. Reaching the height where they will definitely die is the height of flying heavens. The height where they will definitely die. F***CK. This is an instant kill." Luo Tian understood. In a sci-fi movie in his previous life, he had seen an iron pillar blasting from the moon to Earth, and it could destroy Earth. The giant elephant was awesome, 10,000 meters tall and huge. "I'll turn you into mincemeat later." 2 hours passed. He was still flying upwards. He broke through the atmosphere. He was still flying. He was still flying in the darkness of nothingness. A full 3 hours. Suddenly, the dragon god ancestor stopped. Luo Tian immediately became excited and asked, "Is it the height of death?" The dragon god ancestor grinned and said, "Now that you've grasped it, the moment you land on the ground, you will turn back into yourself." My body can't take it anymore. Damn it. I've been lazy all these years. I haven't been cultivating. I didn't expect to be bullied by an elephant today. I'm so angry." At this moment, it was already hundreds of thousands of meters in the air. Then, Luo Tian reacted, "What the heck? You're throwing me down as well." Whoosh! He began to fall. If there is enough time tomorrow, there will be 5 chapters. Then the brothers of the old cow's new book, Tyrannical War God. Read it on QQ and search for it. Chapter 1714. F***CK. Luo Tian let out a bitter cry. This is the rhythm of being tricked to death. It began to fall. His speed gradually increased. Hundreds of thousands of meters in the air. What kind of concept was this? A fist-sized iron ball could pierce through a 100-story building. This with such a huge elephant falling down. This was the rhythm of the demon abyss being blasted through. The most important thing was Luo Tian would quickly change his original body the moment he landed. Then wouldn't he be the same? Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt a chill in his heart. "Ancestor, can you not play like this? My little heart can't take it." However, at this moment, the dragon god ancestor was only left with his physical body, and his idea had already returned to the ancient lands. Walala! The speed of the fall was too fast. This feeling of free fall was like a plane crash. It was simply too bad. Although Luo Tian was still in the body of the dragon god ancestor, he could clearly feel the feeling of falling. His heart was about to be unable to take it. Walala! Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant elephant was howling and struggling, and at the same time, its huge body was rubbing against the air. In less than a few seconds, its body was on fire, and its entire body spontaneously combusted. The same was true for the dragon god's body, but there was a layer of smooth dragon scales on the ancestor's body that slightly resisted the friction. Ha ha ha! Continue being arrogant. Luo Tian could feel that the giant elephant was afraid, and could not help but become excited. How much experience can this big guy have? Wow! What kind of awesome item will it drop? I'm looking forward to it. Then, Luo Tian's expression tightened again. F***CK. I still want to drop something. If it dies, I want to turn into a pile of meat paste. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Tian asked himself frantically. At the same time, he was also thinking crazily. According to the dragon god ancestor, the moment the giant elephant fell to the ground, he would also transform into his original body. Even if he could release the conquer body at that time, it would probably be useless. The speed of the fall was too fast and the impact was too strong. Even the conquer body wouldn't be able to withstand it. What should we do? Luo Tian's heart calmed down. Feeling the flames on the giant elephant's body, he frowned. Damn, I almost forgot about the flaming fruit. Isn't the flaming fruit considered a Logia type? Since it's a Logia type, why should I be afraid? Thinking of this, Luo Tian was excited. Ha ha ha, Now he couldn't wait to blast it down. Ace's burning fruit turned his entire body into flames. If he fell to the ground like this, nothing would happen, and he wouldn't receive any damage. My lord, look! A fireball is falling from the sky. Everyone in the demon abyss looked up at the sky. They watched as Patriarch Dragon God swept the giant elephant into the sky for a full 3 hours. Many people thought that he would not return, but in the turbid sky, a flame suddenly entered their line of sight. Everyone's expression tensed up. At this moment, Fatty Lay clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, "Boss is back!" Those dazed fiend lords immediately protected their minds, afraid that the giant elephant would crush their minds again. At the same time, they were also shocked. Just what is the origin of that kid? How did he become a dark dragon god? How did he possess endless power of darkness? Many people didn't know, but a few people knew. Dark dragon god, dark fighting power, dark overbearing master inheritor. Is he the man who withstood 999 strikes of God's punishment? How did he come to the demon abyss? Was he exiled, or is there some other reason? They didn't think about the threat of the space cracks. Instead, they were thinking about why Luo Tian had appeared here. Why was the inheritor of the dark, overbearing master here? Back to the space cracks. The man's eyes flashed with the green light of a ferocious beast. He looked at the sky and was slightly angry. The sector beasts around him were all crawling on the ground, shivering. He was only slightly angry. These extremely powerful sector beasts were so scared that they curled up their bodies like frightened kittens. Hua-la-la, hua-la-la, hua-la-la. It was like a comet hitting Earth. It's coming. It's coming. It's breaking through the atmosphere. At this moment, Dragon God's body was slowly curling up. Luo Tian could feel that Dragon God was changing. He could feel the power of free fall more and more. This speed was crazy. A few minutes later, Dragon God Ancestor's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's mind. "Kid, don't summon me again for a while. I'm going into seclusion. I'm going to cultivate." The ancestor was irritated. He had never been as embarrassed as he was today. He was almost crushed by a giant elephant. This was too much of a stimulus for him. So he, who had been sleeping for tens of millions of years and hadn't cultivated at all, wanted to work hard and go into seclusion to cultivate. Luo Tian was stunned at first. Then he said excitedly, "I'm going to look forward to when you come out." Dragon God Ancestor let out a roaring dragon roar and then laughed wildly. "When I come out, I'll crush everything." He became serious. "I'm even scared of myself." As soon as he finished, Dragon God Ancestor said solemnly, "Now, everything is up to you. Remember what I said. If you want to activate all the power of the Dark Lord's inheritance in your body, you can only enter hell and find the source of darkness. That is your strongest source of power, and only then can you activate the power of the overbearing Dark Lord. Kid, you must live." Immediately, Dragon God Ancestor's voice slowly disappeared. Following that, his body also slowly disappeared. A few seconds later, Luo Tian changed back to his original body. It was also at this time that the giant elephant let out a roar and heavily smashed into the ground. Burning fruit. Profound meaning. Burning. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Tian's entire body turned into flames and fell down together with the giant elephant. The moment the giant elephant landed on the ground. Crack! Kacha! 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 As if lightning had streaked across the sky, the bones of the four thighs had all shattered into powder. Blood spurted out, and the huge body landed on the ground with an incomparably violent explosion. The explosion directly resounded throughout the entire divine realm. The shock wave covered the entire demon abyss. An incomparably huge crater was smashed out. It was exactly the same as a meteorite crater. At this moment, the giant elephant turned into a pile of meat paste. The flesh and blood all over its body exploded, densely covering the entire crater, like a spider web connecting together. At this moment, Luo Tian turned into a flame and suddenly retracted. Standing at the edge of the crater, he closed his eyes slightly and said excitedly, "Explode for me!" Ding! The first chapter has been delivered. There should be 5 chapters to be updated today. In the new week, brothers, let's count the recommendation tickets. Chapter 1715. Ding! The system beep sounded. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, and his expression became excited. What can this kind of giant elephant drop? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chaos Giant Elephant, for obtaining 90 million experience points, 0 divine essence points, and 10,000 original source strength points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Chaos Giant Elephant blood essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Chaos Giant Elephant Stomp. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a series of notifications sounded. Luo Tian did not care too much about the rest, but when he heard the word chaos, his heart trembled. Chaos Giant Elephant? Could it be that the other side of the time crack is the Chaos Realm? This is not the first time that this has appeared in other novels. In many Xuanhuan, Xinxia novels, there is a plane called Chaos World. Could it be the Chaos Realm? Of course, this was only Luo Tian's guess. Moreover, he did not have the mood to care about what was on the other side. The only thing he was concerned about now was whether or not the beast martial system could change this Chaos Giant Elephant. Ding! Do you wish to absorb the Chaos Giant Elephant? Luo Tian was excited and could not wait to say, "Change!" At this moment, the system seemed to be stuck. A buffer appeared in Luo Tian's mind, buffering bit by bit. The Chaos Giant Elephant is too strong. It will take time to successfully replace it. It must be like this. Luo Tian comforted himself. Looking at the buffer bit by bit, this kind of waiting was too torturous. Damn it, let's do it quickly. A few minutes passed. Ding! Replacement failed. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Why? Luo Tian immediately scolded. Isn't the beast martial system able to replace any demon beast? Why don't you replace it? Explain it to me, no. You have to compensate me. In the past, no matter how Luo Tian complained or scolded, the system would not respond at all. This time, he was a little surprised. The system explained, and a mechanical voice sounded out. The Chaos Giant Elephant is not a demonic beast of the divine realm. It is beyond the replacement scope of the beast martial system and cannot be replaced. Luo Tian was somewhat surprised, but since the system had given an explanation, then he had to properly argue. I don't care which world you are from, as long as you are a demonic beast. Then you have to replace me. Isn't this the beast warrior system? Now that we meet demonic beasts from other realms, you're telling me that you can't replace them? Do you take me for a fool? The system was speechless. No one knew if it was silent or if it had disappeared. Luo Tian shouted again, "Don't kill me, I know you can hear me. If you have the guts to create the beast martial system, you should have thought of this situation. I spent so much effort to kill this Chaos Giant Elephant, and you're telling me that it can't be replaced? Are you toying with me?" He was very unhappy. This Chaos Mammoth was too ferocious. The mammoth stomp shook the entire abyss of fiends like an earthquake, crushing the minds of all living creatures. It was too fierce. Luo Tian wanted it too much. The silent system responded, "In order to make up for your loss, we will definitely give you a devil fruit. This fruit can be used without activating." "No way. One won't do, at least 10. Luo Tian said firmly. The system did not buy it at all and said, "There is only one. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. If you are not sure within 3 seconds, the system will automatically determine that you have given up. Please make a choice. Do you want it or not?" "Your mother," Luo Tian said in a bad mood. The moment the system finished speaking, he immediately said, Yes, I want it, okay?" A devil fruit was better than nothing. Moreover, it took him a lot of time to activate the burning fruit. So activating a devil fruit for free could be considered an unexpected gain. Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Immediately, the demon tree in his mind began to spin. Those strange devil fruits with strange patterns shone brightly at this moment, as if they had all matured. A few seconds passed. A devil fruit fell from the demon tree. This was randomness. Luo Tian secretly prayed in his heart and said, "*******. I don't know if you are still on earth, but please bless me. You must give me the dark fruit. I want the Blackbeard's dark fruit." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating Tremor Fruit. The system beep sounded. Soon after, the system sounded out again. Compensation complete. Beast Marshal System repair in the future can only replace demon beasts within the divine realm. Unable to replace demon beasts or other creatures from other realms. Tremor Fruit. Whitebeard's earthquake fruit. Your mother. Whitebeard's father is my idol. Luo Tian was excited, but this was not the time to be excited. Seizing the moment when the system was still there, Luo Tian immediately asked, "System Big Brother, can you tell me if the other side of the space-time crack is the Chaos Realm, and if the Earth plane is within the range of the Chaos Realm?" "I want to know. I really want to know." The system was silent for half a second, and finally replied, "Yes." Then it disappeared. He could no longer sense it. "Yes, it really is." Luo Tian was excited. He didn't know why. He was especially excited because he felt that he was so close to his hometown for the first time. He was like a wanderer who had been wandering outside for many years, and he wanted to return to his hometown. Earth. Chaos Realm. I will definitely go back. I will definitely go back. *****. You must wait for me. Luo Tian said to himself. In the past, he wasn't sure if he could return to Earth, and he wasn't sure if there was still Earth in this world. Now he was sure. It was on the other side of the space-time crack. It was within the range of the Chaos Realm. Phew, phew, phew. Luo Tian's breathing became a little rapid. If the Earth was in the Chaos Realm, and if the Chaos Realm had such a powerful sector beast and advanced technology, then would the system implanted in his mind also be implanted by a strong person in the Chaos Realm? Who was the creator of the system? What shocked Luo Tian the most was the sudden appearance of the system just now, which meant the creator of the system was monitoring him all the time. Otherwise, he couldn't have reacted in the first place. Who was it? Where was it? Was it the Chaos Realm or somewhere else? Why did it choose him? What was the reason for all this? At this moment, Luo Tian was a little confused. Looking at the turbid sky, he secretly said, "One day I will find the answer." Now, let me feel the power of the Tremor Fruit first. Chapter 2. Chapter 17:16. Item. Tremor Fruit Attribute. Parameciability. Can cause vibration at will. Moderate adjustment can cause tsunamis. Has the power to destroy the world. Is the strongest devil fruit in Paramecia. It was once known as the devil fruit that could destroy the world. Looking at the introduction of Tremor Fruit, Luo Tian was excited. It's exactly the same as the devil fruit that Whitebeard ate. It has the ability to destroy the world, create earthquakes, cause tsunamis. Ha ha ha. This power is too powerful. Whitebeard, you will be inherited by me. Ha ha ha. Excitement. Indescribable excitement. Immediately, Luo Tian moved his mind. Devour! Gudong! Tremor Fruit disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian could clearly feel that there was a strange power in his body. This power did not conflict with the burning fruit, and his body did not have any side effects from swallowing the two fruits. That is to say, he could completely devour 2 or more fruits without thinking about the consequences of death that appeared in one piece. Who? Luo Tian took a deep breath, then his eyes moved, and his fist suddenly grabbed towards the void. Ka-cha-cha! Creak, creak! Cracks appeared out of thin air on both sides of his body. It was as if a huge glass was shattering. It was also at this time. Luo Tian roared in his heart, "Shake for me!" Boom! 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 A harsh roar sounded from the depths of the Earth's core, and then a powerful earthquake rolled up. The ground swept out like a wave, rushing directly in the direction of the space-time crack. The ground was rolled up and rocks protruded out. It was heavily crushed in the direction of the space-time crack. Because Luo Tian could control the earthquake at will, there was no impact behind him. The earth was shaking. It was shaking violently. Even standing behind Luo Tian, they could clearly feel the violent vibration. And unlike the tremor fruit that Luo Tian swallowed, the earthquake power released by Luo Tian also had a crushing power, just like the power released by the chaos giant elephant just now. My lord, what is that? The mountains are moving. The earth's crust is moving. Oh my God, so many mountains are rising from the ground. They're roaring like waves. Can the earth be like this? What kind of power is this? Oh my God. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the mountain move. Fatty Lay was the only one who stood there without any shock. He kept smiling foolishly like a fool. To him, the appearance of Patriarch Dragon God was not a shock. Fei Tian was not shocked. Killing the Chaos Giant Elephant was not shocking either. Now that Luo Tian released this kind of earthquake power, he was still not shocked at all. The reason was simple. Because his name is Luo Tian. That was how it was. To Luo Tian, to his boss, anything shocking that happened to him was normal. From the profound sky continent to the divine realm, he had seen far too many shocking things. Upon seeing Luo Tian's earthquake power, Fatty Lay laughed foolishly. He secretly said to himself, "Dopey, boss has become stronger. Just wait. Soon, he'll go to the infernal realm to save you. I'm so happy. Today, Fatty Lay, am so happy. This is the happiest day I've had in the past few centuries. This is too mother *king awesome." He felt depressed. The anger that had been building up in his heart all these years. The torment he had suffered in the infernal realm. The crushing of the 3 chief sovereigns of the profound sky continent. All sorts of scenes flashed through his mind. Fatty Lay felt extremely unhappy. He had been working hard this entire time, risking his life to become more powerful, so as to help Luo Tian shoulder more of the burden. Now that Luo Tian had become stronger, even a 6-star fiend lord wasn't capable of this. It wouldn't take long. Luo Tian would bring him back to the divine realm and crush fate, luck, and the chief sovereigns of the star. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He couldn't even remember how many years it had been. Far away, the fiend lords were all stupefied. A power that can control the mountains and the earth. What sort of power is this? Why do I feel as though it is a bit similar to the power of that giant elephant? No matter what sort of power it is in the future, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than the Lord Demon King? He is the king of the Fiend Abyss, a 6-star fiend who is infinitely close to becoming a 7-star fiend lord. No matter how powerful that kid is, what can he do? The Fiend King, the Thunder King. At this moment, he was standing atop a fiend palace, sensing the earthquake power that Luo Tian had unleashed. He frowned slightly. Darkness type, Battle Chi. To have this sort of earthquake power, is this the power of the legacy of the dominating darkness? Regardless of whether or not this is the legacy of the dominating darkness, I can now confirm your identity. Luo Tian, the recipient of 999 streaks of darkness, and the person chosen by the dominating darkness. Hee, the Thunder King's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. He said softly, "You can send a letter back to the adjudicator. Tell them that the person they are looking for is here, and that he is under my control. My conditions are very simple. Release me from the shackles and let me return to the divine realm. I will hand this kid over to the adjudicator." Every person exiled to the fiend abyss would have a shackle placed on them. These shackles were to prevent them from escaping the fiend abyss. If these shackles were not released, they would never be able to leave. Many fiend lords did not know about this. However, the Thunder King knew, because he had tried to escape several times, and there were even a few times when he was about to succeed. However, the shackles on his body caused him so much pain that he wished he was dead. He had no choice but to return to the fiend abyss. Understood. A black shadow behind him moved slightly, then disappeared. Back to Luotian. The powerful earthquake swept up mountains and rivers towards the space-time rift. Those sector beasts were roaring. They were afraid. However, just as the mountains and rivers were about to block the entrance of the space-time rift, a strong light burst out from the dark space-time rift, just like a laser cannon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thick mountain was penetrated. In the depths of the space-time rift, the man waved his hand gently, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. He did not take the earthquake fruit's power seriously at all. In his opinion, this was child's play. He was shocked. Luotian was shocked, and his eyebrows tightened. Is this the power of a strong being from the chaotic world? All the worlds in the universe. The divine realm was just a very low-level world. Even the strongest was like an ant in front of a strong being from another world. Therefore, the man in the space-time rift was unusually disdainful. Immediately, his eyebrows moved, and he made a strange sound. Those sector beasts began to move again. Chapter 3. There will be an update tonight. Brothers, support this wave. Chapter 17:17. The sector beasts started to move again. A pair of ferocious eyes stared at Luotian, and the original fear was swept away. This was all because of the man deep in the space-time crack. A very powerful man. Luotian was shocked. The power of the tremor fruit was defeated in one move. How powerful is he? At this moment, Fatty Lay also rushed up, and the brothers behind him also rushed up. Boss! Fatty Lay looked at the restless sector beasts coming out of the space-time crack, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the axe. Boss, you go down and rest. I'll stop them. Boss! 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 Right at this moment, all those people who had looked down upon Luotian before now respectfully called Luotian boss. They were like that. Strong admired. Weak looked down on. Luotian's power made them all admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Luotian smiled and didn't resist. A great being should have the aura of a great being. He said to Fatty Lay, I'm fine. The space-time crack is so big that it can't be repaired in a short time. You can't stop these sector beasts, either. Luotian had gained experience from killing the chaos giant elephant. He had leveled up by 2 levels, and now he had a 6th-tier divine will. His divine origin value was restored, except for his body, which couldn't withstand the dragon god transformation. Everything else was fine. If he retreated, Fatty Lay and the others couldn't stop the attack of the sector beasts. Fatty Lay said, the space-time crack takes too long to repair. It will take at least 100,000 years for such a big crack to be repaired. But I don't think they have any sector beasts with shields to tear the crack apart, so we can only wait. We're not afraid. The space-time crack wouldn't expand, so it would be difficult for the sector beast army to rush out in large numbers. Besides, the man in the space-time crack couldn't step into the demon abyss because of the law restrictions. His ability wasn't strong enough to break the law power of the God Zone. He could only attack through the sector beasts. However, he was somewhat afraid of Luotian and that dragon god ancestor, because the sector beasts were no match for him. Charging blindly would only cause a large number of casualties, which was very undesirable. Drag this out. Luotian raised his eyebrows. Then, both of his hands made a grabbing motion. Vibration! Rumble! 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 It was as if a huge stone pillar was rolling under their feet, madly crushing in the direction of the space-time crack. Bang! A towering stone pillar shot out from the depths of the Earth's core and into the sky. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Then countless stone pillars rushed out of the ground and formed a natural barrier around the spatial rift. Rumble! Rumble! Luo Tian controlled the tremor fruit and moved the Earth's crust to form a line of defense. He used the mountains to form a line of defense, leaving only a very narrow area where he could see the movement of the space crack. That man could indeed ruin everything. However, his strength was also limited, so it was not worth it for him to consume too much of his energy. A towering stone pillar hundreds of meters thick appeared from the space-time crack, and every one of them was incomparably hard. After doing all this, Luo Tian's forehead was sweating. The tremor fruit consumed too much divine essence, and coupled with the exhaustion of his body, Luo Tian could not bear it anymore. Watching this natural line of defense being established, the surrounding people relaxed, and they admired Luo Tian even more. Such power! It's even stronger than a 5-star fiend lord. Ha ha ha! From now on, who dares to look down on us? Boss is mighty! At this time, those sector beasts suddenly quieted down and did not intend to charge out. They should be taking a rest. That man would definitely not give up. Luo Tian said faintly, "Collect that giant elephant in the pit. It's all food, and the essence blood of this chaos giant elephant contains a lot of power. It's a very good tonic for you." Other than the chaos giant elephant, there were a few other sector beasts. These were all food, sources of energy. He could not let them go. While talking, Luo Tian handed the essence blood that exploded from the chaos giant elephant to the fatty and said, "Your favorite!" Fatty Lei broke through with the power of sucking blood. Although they were beasts from different worlds, Fatty Lei was different from him. The essence blood of this chaos giant elephant would definitely be of great help to him. Fatty Lei looked at the drop of essence blood, and his eyes flashed. The devil Buddha on his body shone with red light, and before he could take it, it was absorbed. Then a Buddha light appeared above Fatty Lei's head. It could not be said to be a Buddha light, because ordinary Buddhist aura was golden and radiant, just like the sun. But the light of Buddha emitted from the top of his head was scarlet, like the light reflected from blood when it was illuminated by a strong light. It gave people a strange feeling. Fatty Lei sat cross-legged. He was crazily refining the blood of the chaos giant elephant. Luo Tian did not disturb him. He knew that Fatty Lei should be about to break through, so he said to the guards, "The sector beasts should not attack for a while. Go and collect the meat of that giant elephant and the corpses of those sector beasts." Everyone dispersed. Luo Tian stayed by Fatty Lei's side to protect him. An hour later, boom! There was an explosion inside Feng Lei's body, and the scarlet Buddha light shone for thousands of miles, and then it suddenly shrank. His eyes were wide open. His eyes flashed with bloody light, and the aura from his body was several times stronger than before. Fatty Lei laughed excitedly. "Boss, I broke through. Ha ha ha, after 50 years, I finally broke through again." 4-star fiend Lord Realm. He was incomparably excited. He had used a total of 50 years, and this was because of the blood essence of this chaos giant elephant. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Luo Tian laughed as well, not bad. Fatty Lei clenched his fists, and a burst of red light shot out from the gaps between his fists. His body also erupted with a burst of scarlet power, and his every movement seemed to be accompanied by illusions. This feeling is too good. Ha ha ha, not only that. Besides breaking through, the demon Buddha in his body also increased by a level. The blood pill in the depths of his dantian also became thicker. Fatty Lei shouted loudly, "Let's go back and celebrate!" Luo Tian glanced at the depths of the space-time crack. At this moment, that man was also looking at him, and his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Luo Tian grinned and said faintly, "You should be the final boss of the space-time crack, right? Just wait." Chapter 4. There was one more chapter at night. Chapter 1718. In the tribe led by Fatty Lay, a bonfire rose. The barbecued meat crackled in the flames, and the aroma filled the air. Everyone was eating heartily. They were eating happily. "It's so delicious. This barbecued meat is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. I almost swallowed my tongue. If I could have another pot of wine, I would die right now." "Ha ha ha. Third Fatty, look at how round your stomach is. You look like a woman who has been pregnant for 10 months. Can't you eat less?" "Damn, if I eat less, you guys will eat more. Won't I suffer a great loss?" In the tribe, men and women, old and young, everyone was given delicious barbecued meat, and they could eat until they were full. This was the first time in more than 1,000,000 years that this had happened. In the past, they would never let go of the sector beasts they killed. They would give them to the other demon lords as protection fees. Then, the other demon lords would not interfere or provoke Fatty Lay and the others to hunt sector beasts. It was a very funny reason. They had lived like this for more than 100 years. Everyone had a ball of fire in their hearts, angry flames of anger. But today was different. All the sector beasts and chaos elephants they killed belonged to them. They did not give them to any of the other demon lords. "Lord, you don't give them to others, but you don't want the 6-star demon lord, Thunder King? He is the strongest in the demon abyss. If he gets angry, I'm afraid." A deputy frowned. Fatty Lay's mouth was full of oil. He tore off a large piece of barbecued meat, chewed and swallowed it. He took a big gulp and said, "I'm not afraid. I've had enough in the past year. Now that my boss is here, we don't have to be afraid of anyone." In the past, he was not afraid. Instead, he had something he wanted to protect. He had to protect this space-time crack. So, all this time he had been swallowing his anger. In terms of anger, no one in the tribe was angrier than him. He had worked so hard to kill sector beasts, but he had to give them to others for no reason, and they did not even treat him nicely. How could he be happy? Today's events made him even more unhappy. So many sector beasts had rushed out, yet not only had they not come to help, but they had even mocked and sneered. It was fine if they had mocked him, but they had even mocked his boss. That was unacceptable. Now that Luo Tian was here, Fatty Lay would not compromise. Luo Tian also had a general understanding of the situation. He looked at the deputy general and said, "From today onwards, we don't need to pay any protection fees. Fatty promised you. After today, I'll teach them a lesson one by one." Luo Tian was also suppressing the anger in his heart, not because she was mocking him. Instead, it was because Fatty Lay had been bullied all these years. Now that he, the boss, was back, if he didn't even take revenge for this, then what kind of boss was he? Fatty Lay laughed out loud and said loudly, "Brothers, quiet down. My boss said that from tomorrow onwards, whoever dares to cause trouble for us, we'll make sure they won't be able to return. Long live boss! Long live! Long live the Lord! Long live!" Everyone began to cheer. Today they had all seen the power Luo Tian had exploded forth with. With Luo Tian protecting them, who would dare to come. Even if they did, they wouldn't let them have an easy time. Fatty Lay said softly to Luo Tian, "Boss, there are quite a few experts in the Fiend Abyss, especially the #1 expert, the Thunder King. He has reached the 6-star Fiend level, and is just one step away from becoming a ruler. In addition, he is the ruler of the Fiend Abyss. All of the Fiend Lords must obey him, otherwise they will be killed." The Thunder King had stood in the Fiend Abyss for 10 million years. Aside from the fact that a 7-star fiend had been born here, he had the highest level of cultivation here. For him to be able to reach such a high level despite having his body restricted was indeed quite extraordinary. Luo Tian trembled slightly and said, "You're only a step away from becoming a sovereign." Fatty Lay murmured, "We don't need to worry too much." The Thunder King rarely cares about the affairs of the Fiend Abyss. He has supported us several times in resisting the invasion of the Sector Beasts. He should be a decent person. At the very least, he won't just stand by and watch like the other Fiend Lords and mock us. Luo Tian laughed calmly. I hope it is as you say. They celebrated late into the night. Everyone in the tribe ate until their stomachs were about to explode. At night, Luo Tian stood on a tall mountain outside the tribe, staring in the direction of the space-time rift. As he thought about what had happened today, he couldn't help but think of Earth and his home. Primal Chaos Realm, what kind of plane is that? A plane even more powerful than the Divine Realm. Is Earth there as well? I really want to go back and take a look. How many years had it been? Luo Tian couldn't remember clearly. He had passed through the profound sky continent, the primordial continent, and then the divine realm. He had left Earth for who knew how many years. In the past, he had only thought about returning to Earth, but he didn't know how. But now, things were different. The system had clearly told him that Earth was on the other side of the space-time rift. It was the first time he was so close to Earth. How could he not think about it? It's just that Luo Tian looked up at the sky. There were a few stars in the turbid sky. He muttered to himself, Shua Chun Chun, Exa wait for me to save you. Wait for me to bring you, Tang Tang, and the others out from hell. Yun Meng, Yaya, Chan Chan. I will definitely bring you back to Earth to see my home. Wait for me. He had read many novels. He had also fantasized about becoming the main character, killing everyone in the other world, and becoming the strongest person. Then, what he wanted to do was to bring back a large number of beautiful wives from the other world to Earth, buy an island, and live like a god. How pleasant that would be. Now that he knew the passage back to Earth, the only thing he lacked was to gather these people together. And this was very difficult. At least, Luo Tian was still unable to do it. He needed to break through, and time. 150,000 years. There were still 130,000 years left. He didn't know if it was enough, but he would do his best in these 130,000 years. Luo Tian lay down and quietly looked at the night sky. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. Early morning. The tribe was suddenly thrown into chaos. Someone from the tribe had arrived. It was a middle-aged man whose entire body was filled with a domineering aura. His muscles were so bulky that they were about to burst out of his clothes. The man had white eyebrows and white hair and was incomparably coarse. His eyes were like the eyes of a Vajra, making it so that no one dared to look at him directly. The most terrifying thing about him wasn't his fiendish gaze. Rather, it was that his entire body was covered with dense amounts of lightning. The Thunder King. 6-star Fiend Lord, the Thunder King, the most powerful expert of the Fiend Abyss, had arrived. A disciple hurriedly ran over to Luo Tian's side, frantically saying, Boss, not good. The 6-star Fiend Lord, the Thunder King, has suddenly arrived. His lordship won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ah. Chapter 5 delivered. Good night, brother. Chapter 1719. The tribe. The central plaza. Bang. 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 Ah. 2 consecutive collisions of power. The 2 sounds overlapped, colliding against each other, and then bouncing back. The air was filled with the sounds of collisions of power, each stronger than the last, each fiercer than the last. The surrounding people, seeing this, were all stupefied while also beginning to worry. The newcomer was the most powerful expert of the Fiend Abyss, the Thunder King, an expert who was infinitely close to the sovereign level. The other person was the 4-star Fiend Lord, Feng Lei. The difference in power between the two was extremely clear. Even though the Thunder King had controlled his power to the 4-star Fiend level, Feng Lei still found it extremely taxing. In terms of power, he had never feared anyone, but now he discovered that the Thunder King was even more ferocious than him. In that instant, "You are going to lose." As soon as the Thunder King's words came out, his fist sank, covered with lightning, and then he took a step forward. Bang! The air around him exploded. The power of lightning around his fists suddenly expanded. And in the end, it was like a move from a certain anime Thunder Cutter. Crackle, 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 the sound of thunder rang out. Fatty Lay wasn't afraid. His fists met the attack, and a scarlet Buddhist light appeared. A collision. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Thunder King's forehead trembled, and his eyes turned slightly cold. In that instant, his power suddenly rose to the level of a 5-star Fiend Lord, and the Thunder Cutter completely surrounded Fong Lei. In that instant, swoosh! Fong Lei was knocked flying. Bang! He smashed heavily into the ground, causing it to cave in. Fong Lei vomited out a mouthful of blood, but he crawled to his feet with difficulty. Clasping his fists, he said, "Thank you, Lord Thunder King, for showing mercy." The Thunder King's lips curved upwards, revealing a smug smile. Only when he saw a person. That smug smile immediately disappeared. He hurriedly went forward, asking in concern, "Brother Fong, are you injured?" Fong Lei chuckled. "I'm fine. This bit of injury is nothing." Actually, his internal organs had all been displaced. His stomach had suffered a heavy blow. If he hadn't flown out just now, he probably would have been crippled by the lightning that had pierced through his body. However, Fatty Lei didn't say anything. He couldn't say it either. After all, he was the Thunder King, the strongest expert in the demon abyss. This was especially true when Luo Tian was present. The Thunder King laughed loudly, then patted Fong Lei on the shoulders like a close brother. "Not bad, not bad. Your body is quite tough. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. You really have reached the level of a 4-star Fiend Lord. Our Fiend's Abyss has gained yet another expert. Ha ha ha, no one was a fool. Was there anyone who tested a person's strength like this? Was this a test? This was the rhythm of crippling someone." The guards in the tribe all looked gloomy. Fong Lei also smiled and said, "May I know why Sir is here today?" This was definitely not a simple test of his strength. Fatty Lei was very clear about this. The Thunder King smiled and said, "Can't I come here to take a look at you warriors when I have nothing to do? All these years, you've been leading these warriors to fight on the front lines. If it weren't for your protection, the demon abyss would have been occupied by the sector beasts. I've wanted to visit you many times, but I've been in closed-door training. Today, I've come out and heard about what happened yesterday. Naturally, I have to come and take a look. As the manager of the demon abyss, I have to show you some concern." The word overseer was heavily emphasized. Fatty Lei said, "Thank you for your concern, Sir Thunder King. Everything is fine here." The Thunder King took a few steps and observed the guards around him. He paid attention to their cultivation and said, "I heard that you hunted quite a few sector beasts yesterday." Fatty Lei's eyes tightened. The expressions of the surrounding deputies changed instantly as well. This time, they hadn't shared any of the sector beasts they hunted with the other lords, not even the Thunder King. They didn't expect him to come and cause trouble for them today. If this was really the case, none of them would be able to resist him. The Thunder King smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking." Fong Lei said 16 sector beasts. Because of the heavy casualties and lack of manpower, we didn't have time to share the sector beasts with the other lords. He could only say this tentatively. The Thunder King smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's why I'm here. From today onward, you don't have to share the sector beasts you hunted with the other demon lords, including me. It wasn't easy for you to hunt them. You risked your lives. Every sector beast is extremely powerful, and you still have to share the sector beasts with the other demon lords." What he said was very reasonable. The people around him were also dumbfounded. This didn't seem like the Thunder King. Fatty Lei was the same. He was secretly shocked. If you're not here for the sector beasts, then could it be Boss? The Thunder King asked, "I heard that a superhero appeared here yesterday. Fong Lei, won't you introduce him to me?" As expected, Fatty Lay was shocked. He said, "Every one of us here is a hero. We guard the abyss of demons. We are heroes of all the worlds in the divine territory. Which one are you talking about?" The Thunder King's eyes darkened, and he looked unhappy. He stared at Luo Tian in the crowd and said, "Feng Lei, are you playing dumb with me? Luo Tian, you should come out as well. Let me see the true face of the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator." What? The inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator is here with us? Luo Tian? Isn't that the Lord's boss? He is the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator? The Dark Tyrant Dominator is the only 7-star fiend lord in the abyss of demons. His inheritor is also here? Everyone was shocked. They immediately began to discuss. Feng Lei was secretly shocked as well. The Dark Tyrant Dominator was a mythical existence in the abyss of demons. He had been exiled here by the Adjudicator, but he had been able to break through his imprisonment and comprehend the Dark Tyrant Dominator's power. He had become an overlord, and in less than 100 years, he had become the #1 expert in the divine territory. It was just that, for some reason, the experts of the divine territory had joined forces to hunt him down. Because of the weakness of his origin energy, he had been killed by 3 godly kings. In other places, the Dark Tyrant Dominator might have been an extremely evil person. But here he was a godlike existence, because the abyss of demons was his first stop. But of course, there was something else they didn't know. The space-time rupture had appeared because of him. However, at that time, it was just a small opening. But now, it had become a 100-meter wide rift. In the crowd, Luo Tian was slightly stunned as well. He hadn't expected that the Thunder King would know his name, or that he was the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator. In other words, he wanted his own power as well. Chapter 1720. Still not coming out? The Thunder King's voice rang out once more. Luo Tian laughed as he walked out from the crowd. As he walked, he said, "I didn't expect that Lord Thunder King would know of a minor character like me. I am truly overwhelmed by your favor." The instant Luo Tian walked out, the eyes of the deputy generals and guards of the tribe were filled with even more worship. Originally, the power that Luo Tian had displayed yesterday had already convinced them. But now that they knew that Luo Tian was the successor of the tyrannical Dark Sovereign, that admiration in their hearts immediately turned into worship. It really is the boss. The successor of the tyrannical Dark Sovereign. No wonder he was able to crush that giant elephant yesterday. He is too powerful. Ha ha ha, in the future, the Fiend Abyss. No one dared to continue. Every single one of them was filled with excitement. Because of Luo Tian. Because of Luo Tian's identity. After being oppressed for so many years, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts. In the past, they had no way to resist or vent it. But now they finally saw hope. They also finally knew that the words that Luo Tian had said to their lord on the battlefield yesterday weren't just for show. The Thunder King looked at Luo Tian, frowning slightly. His eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. Imperceptibly, his aura was also sensing Luo Tian, as though he wanted to see through Luo Tian. Only, in the instant that his aura wanted to enter Luo Tian's body, it was instantly crushed by the darkness aura. For some unknown reason, the darkness aura seemed to be particularly disgusted by the lightning aura on the Thunder King's body. It was simply to the point of disgust. In fact, Luo Tian could sense the restlessness and anger of the darkness aura, as though it wanted to kill the Thunder King. The Thunder King also felt it and sneered inwardly. "Dark Dominator, you fell into my hands once in the past. Who would have thought that after tens of millions of years, you would fall into my hands again? This time, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely not." Without revealing any expression, the Thunder King retracted his lightning aura, then laughed as though he had just seen a good friend. "Ha ha ha! I've finally met you. I've finally met you. You are the legend of our Fiend's Abyss, the one and only 7-star Fiend Lord. Every corner of this place is filled with legends regarding you. Am I right? The Thunder King concealed himself extremely well as he looked at the people in the tribe and asked. The people around them couldn't help but get excited. Chief Sovereign of Darkness, Lord of 7 Star Fiends, God of the Fiend Abyss, the #1 expert in the Divine Realm. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's actually the successor of the Dark Lord. Everyone was excited. His excitement was indescribable. Their worship of the overbearing Dark Dominator had reached a state of blindness. Luo Tian couldn't understand it at all. This was because he didn't know that the Fiend's Abyss was known as the Land of Exiles. Over the course of countless years, only the overbearing Dark Dominator had ever walked out of this place and had turned the tribunal and the divine realm upside down. He was hailed as the #1 fiend in the history of the divine realm. Fatty Lay was extremely excited as well. Boss, you are too awesome. You don't even know how awesome you are. I worship you so much. Ha ha ha, the Thunder King laughed. Do you see how much the people here worship you? The legend you left behind has given everyone hope, the hope to walk out of the Fiend's Abyss. In the past, you did it. Now, you can do it again. As soon as his words came out, everyone looked at Luo Tian. They were filled with excitement and hot-bloodedness. This move of the Thunder King had instantly pushed him to the peak. It was true that he had received the legacy of the overbearing, Dark Dominator, but Luo Tian was Luo Tian. He wouldn't become the overbearing, Dark Dominator. However, seeing everyone's hopeful eyes, Luo Tian didn't want to disappoint them. I'll do my best. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Did everyone hear that? He said that he will lead us out of the Fiend's Abyss. The Thunder King immediately changed the meaning of Luo Tian's words. In his heart, he was sneering. In the past, it was because you broke through the shackles to become a dominator. This time, you are just a small divine will expert. How much of the legacy of the overbearing, Dark Dominator have you comprehended? You won't be able to comprehend the power of the legacy of the overbearing, Dark Dominator here. Before you get the source of darkness, you are nothing. How dare you dream of leaving this place? Ha ha ha. This is simply a dream. However, I really have to thank you. Your appearance is the opportunity for me to leave this place. Ha ha ha. The Thunder King was extremely pleased. He couldn't remember how many years he had been in this God-forsaken place. Even the overbearing, Dark Dominator didn't arrive earlier than him. He watched helplessly as the overbearing, Dark Dominator left. He didn't know how much despair and regret he felt. The heavens had given him another chance. This time, he would definitely grasp it firmly. If you have any problems in the Fiend's Abyss, feel free to look for me. I will do my best to help you. The Thunder King smiled and said to the crowd, He is the hope of the Fiend's Abyss. You must take good care of him. With the Thunder King's strength, capturing Luo Tian was a piece of cake. However, he couldn't make a move now. He had to wait for the people from the tribunal. He had to know the tribunal's intentions before he could make a move. Therefore, he used Feng Lei's men to see Luo Tian. This was because there was no one in the Fiend's Abyss who didn't want to leave this place. Luo Tian was their hope. They definitely wouldn't let Luo Tian slip away easily. They wouldn't give him any chance either. After that, the Thunder King left. He left behind the people around him who were boiling with passion. In the tent, Luo Tian asked, What exactly is the background of this Thunder King? It was very obvious. He didn't come with good intentions. There were only 2 reasons for the Thunder King's appearance. One was Luo Tian himself. Another was the power in his body. There was another reason. It was to exchange with the tribunal, to use his call to leave the Fiend's Abyss. Fatty Lay said, I'm not sure either. I only know that he is one of the earliest exiles in the Fiend's Abyss, even before the dark, overbearing Dominator. There is a legend that I don't know if it's true or not. The Thunder King and the dark, overbearing Dominator were originally brothers, brothers who had gone through life and death together. However, for some reason, they turned against each other, and the dark, overbearing dominator left the fiend's abyss alone. It's just that, Luo Tian asked. It's just that what? Fatty, when did you become so long-winded? If you have something to say, just say it. Fatty Lay gritted his teeth and said, It's just that. In the legends, the reason why the dark, overbearing dominator was able to comprehend the dark, overbearing power and step into the dominator realm was because he entered the space-time crack. And he entered the space-time crack because of the Thunder King's trap. Entered the space-time crack? The space-time crack already existed at that time? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. This was something he hadn't expected. But the space-time crack contained another kind of power of law. Even if the dark, overbearing dominator had broken through to the dominator realm, he would have been crushed into powder by another kind of power of law. This was why the man who controlled the sector beasts didn't dare to enter the fiend's abyss. Why was that? Thank you to Sober 1888 for your support. Thank you to the other brothers for your support. Thank you. There will be an update tonight. Chapter 1721. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. He didn't like to burn his brain cells, but he really wanted to know the answer to this question. During this process, Fatty Lay slowly told Luo Tian about the various myths and versions of the dark, overbearing dominator in the demon abyss. He also used the time he spent in hell to tell Luo Tian about the dark, overbearing dominator and the source of darkness. A full 6 hours passed. Luo Tian frowned and his eyes shook. Could it be the dark, overbearing dominator is also from the chaos realm? He was the one who tore the space-time crack? Or he knew from the beginning that the demon abyss was the edge of the divine territory and that it was connected to another huge realm, which was also his hometown, the chaos realm? If that's the case, if he really did enter the space-time rift and enter another world that belongs to his origin continent, then why doesn't he cultivate the power of origin in his body? If he did cultivate the power of origin, then why is it that the 3 god kings are no match for him? It was getting more and more complicated. However, Luo Tian felt more and more that all of this had something to do with him. It was as if he was in the eye of a huge whirlpool. He didn't seem to feel anything, but he was surrounded by a huge whirlpool. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed eternally. Fatty Lay muttered. Could it be that the dark, overbearing dominator didn't tear the space-time crack on the other side? Maybe he broke through to the dominator realm in the space-time crack, so he didn't cultivate the power of origin? It was an unintentional sentence. Luo Tian's mind went boom. There's only one explanation. No, I want to enter the space-time crack. Suddenly, Luo Tian made a bold decision. Fatty Lay's face changed immediately. No, regardless of how many sector beasts and great beings were hiding in the space-time crack, just the chaotic laws of nature in the space-time crack alone would crush anyone who entered it. Even great beings at the Dominator realm wouldn't dare to enter, let alone those at the Divine Will realm. As far as he knew, Thunder King once wanted to enter the space-time crack, but when he stepped half an inch into the space-time crack, he was sent flying by the chaotic laws. His soul was almost destroyed. He had to recuperate for 100 years to recover from that serious injury. So, from then on, he no longer had any thoughts of entering the space-time rift. In the Fiend's Abyss, there was no one who wanted to enter the space-time rift more than him. This was because the tyrannical sovereign of darkness had comprehended the true meaning of darkness within the space-time rift, becoming a sovereign with a single thought. Luo Tian stood up. Fatty Lay stopped him and said, "Boss, no, we really can't. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Please believe in me, I can do it." He was certain now. Like him, the Dark Dominator did not belong to the myriad worlds of the God domain. It was very likely that they were all transmigrators. Furthermore, they might have come from the same realm, which was the Chaos realm on the other side of the space-time crack. If that's the case, then they had one thing in common. the physical body of the myriad worlds in the divine realm and the soul of the chaos realm. In other words, he could withstand the nomological power of the myriad worlds in the divine realm and could also withstand the nomological power of the chaos realm. That was why the Dark Tyrant Dominator hadn't died after being trapped by the Thunder King in a space-time rift. If he didn't die, he wouldn't die either. Of course, these were all Luo Tian's bold guesses. He believed, very much believed, that these guesses were correct. Boss, it's not that I don't believe you, but you don't know the chaotic nomological power within the space-time rift. You can only withstand the nomological power of the God domain, but you can't withstand the nomological power of the other realms. I've seen with my own eyes what happened when the sector beasts dragged me into the space-time rift. My entire body exploded, and there wasn't even a trace of my physical body. I instantly evaporated. When Fatty Lay thought of that scene, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. During the million years of resisting the invasion of the sector beasts, he had seen countless sector beasts dragging his brothers into the space-time rift. But the moment they stepped into the space-time rift, they instantly turned into nothingness and evaporated. This was the power of the chaotic, nomological power of the space. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. Anyone, whether it was a sovereign or a godly king, they didn't dare to enter the space-time rift. No matter what, he wouldn't let Luo Tian go in. It was too risky. Luo Tian said, "I know everything you said. Fatty, please believe me. I'll be fine. I'm the inheritor of the Dark Tyrant Dominator." Back then, he comprehended the true meaning of darkness in the space-time rift and became a sovereign. I can do the same. He didn't mention that he was a time traveler. He wanted to tell Fatty that he came from the other side of the space-time rift. But he didn't say it, because even if he said it now, Fatty wouldn't believe him. Fatty was stunned. He wanted to dissuade him, but he knew very well that once Luo Tian decided on something, he had to do it. However, the moment Luo Tian opened the tent, outside the tent, there were people of all ages kneeling. "Lord Luo Tian, please cherish yourself." "Yes. How can you enter the space-time rift just because you want to? Don't go in. You are our hope. Whether or not we can leave the demon abyss depends on you. Lord Luo Tian, please cherish yourself and don't take any risks." Thunder King had achieved his goal, using Fatty Lay's own men to monitor Luo Tian, making Luo Tian their hope, making it impossible for Luo Tian to leave their sight. This way, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to do anything, much less escape. This move was extremely brilliant. Luo Tian was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Get up. Hurry up and get up. I promise you that I won't enter the space-time rift." Fatty Lay was also stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, his heart sank. That King, Thunder King. Hearing that Luo Tian wouldn't enter the space-time rift, they stood up and said, "Lord Luo Tian, you should focus on your training. Don't worry about anything else. Whether or not we can leave the demon abyss depends on you." They had placed all of their hopes on Luo Tian. They were a bit blinded. Luo Tian felt rather vexed. In his heart, he laughed coldly. "Thunder King, you really are brilliant." However, no matter what, he would find a chance to enter the space-time rift. When the dominating sovereign of darkness entered the space-time rift at the 6-star fiend level, I've also reached the 6-star fiend level. If he can enter at the same level, then I definitely can as well. Right now, his main goal was to level up. The Thunder King's residence. "Lord Thunder King, we just received word that Luo Tian wanted to enter the space-time rift, but he was stopped by the people of Feng Lei's tribe." The Thunder King laughed calmly. "Luo Tian is their hope. There's no way they will allow Luo Tian to enter the space-time rift. However, is he going to enter the space-time rift again?" Chapter 17:22. The Center of the God Territory, Holy City. Ruling Institute. "Lord Star, we just received news from the Abyss of Demons that the successor of the Dark Dominator is in the Abyss of Demons. A man in a black robe with a blood-soaked sword embroidered on it gave off a sense of death. Huh. The middle-aged man, who had been flipping through an ancient book, suddenly closed the book, a glint flashing in his cold eyes. The successor of the Dark Dominator? Isn't he dead? The Time Dominator wouldn't let him go, and the Time Dominator clearly said that the kid called Luo Tian is dead. Why would he appear in the abyss of demons? The black-robed man bowed and said, "This subordinate doesn't know." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The abyss of demons, the land of exile, the Thunder King, the former Dark Dominator, and now the successor of the Dark Dominator. Interesting, interesting. He pondered for a moment. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. "Pass down my order. Send the star emissary. She must bring back Luo Tian. If the Thunder King has any conditions, kill him." "Yes," the black-robed man's voice was a little doubtful. "Lord, the star emissary comes from the Tian-Shan continent. She is an indispensable power for your star source. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to send her? Also, I heard that she and Luo Tian are lovers." If that's the case, he didn't dare to continue. He knew very well who the star emissary was and what her identity was. Luo Tian's identity was no longer a secret after he endured 999 lightning bolts. Therefore, he was puzzled. What would the consequences be if the two met? The ruling institute's director was the star god. He was also the star dominator. His cultivation was at the peak of the dominators in the god territory. Moreover, his ability to sense the stars through Li Shuer had greatly increased his cultivation, and his star source was slowly forming. Without Li Shuer, the fusion of his star source would be much slower. The star god smiled. "That's why I sent her. There are probably not many people in the god territory who can bring Luo Tian out of the abyss of demons." The Fate Dominator and Fortune Dominator's figures appeared in his mind. In the meantime, he also thought of Chun Chun, the Lady of Luck, and Exian, the Lady of Fate. What had become of them in these millions of years? "It's decided then. Remember, we need to be fast." He also wanted the power of the Dominator of Darkness, so he had to be a step faster. Otherwise, things might go awry in the god territory. Any ruler would want the power of the tyrannical ruler of darkness. In the meantime, they also wanted to kill Luo Tian and get rid of this hidden danger. Once the inheritance of the tyrannical dark ruler was fully activated, Luo Tian would no longer be Luo Tian, but the tyrannical dark ruler. At that time, everyone who had chased after him would die. Right now, Luo Tian was nothing more than a sprout. His cultivation base was simply too low. Before he entered the infernal realm, everything was still under his control. In addition, this was the perfect opportunity to strip away the power of the hegemon of darkness legacy. At this moment, at least 10 rulers were still chasing after the Time Ruler. There were also many rulers guarding Wilderness City. They were guarding Linyu, and Aishang, waiting for Luo Tian's return. They all desired the power of the tyrannical dark ruler. It was even their chance to enter the God King realm. In another place, Destiny Heavenly Palace, the Destiny ruler frowned. He's indeed still alive. How could the successor of the tyrannical dark ruler die so easily? If that's the case, he wouldn't be the dark ruler. He once rose up in the demon abyss. To think that this time, it won't be so easy this time. The Destiny ruler moved 2 fingers, releasing a stream of destiny power. He then smiled. "Star Paragon, you're really fast. I didn't think you'd send out the star emissary of the Tian-Shan continent. If that's the case, then let's see who has a bigger card. Pass down my orders. Release the shackles on the Destiny emissary and seal her memories. Plant a command in her mind. Bring back the successor of the tyrannical dark ruler at all costs. Use my Destiny heavenly ship to reach the demon abyss." After doing all this, the Destiny ruler looked up at the sky and smiled. "Star Paragon, Let's see who's faster. It wasn't just the two of them. The Thunder Sovereign wasn't stupid. He had been tricked by the Judgment Hall once. This time he wouldn't be so stupid as to only notify the Judgment Hall. The Star Paragon, the Destiny Ruler, and the Fortune Ruler had notified him. Other than them, the Thunder Sovereign had even notified a God King expert, Luck City, and Chun Chun carried her luggage and stepped onto the ruler heavenly ship. She was a little lowly in the past. Now, she had grown into a beauty that could topple countries. Even God Kings would fall in love with her. She was a natural beauty of the fox demon race. Furthermore, she exuded an irresistible charm. Every man near her would have their hearts racing. Just like the Empress in One Piece, she was irresistible and dangerous. Brother Luo Tan, I'll definitely bring you back. Unlike the Star Paragon and the Destiny Ruler, and Chun Chun's memory wasn't sealed. This was the uniqueness of the Fortune Goddess. Of course, among the three of them, the Fortune Goddess hadn't made things difficult for Chun Chun. Let's go. Suddenly, the number of heavenly ships from the God territory to the Devil Abyss was more than the number of times in the past 1,000,000 years. Their target, the inheritor of the dark, overbearing ruler, Luo Tian. The scene returned to the Devil Abyss. Achoo! 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 Luo Tian sneezed 3 times in a row. Damn, who missed me so much? Early in the morning, Luo Tian felt refreshed. He walked out of the tent and saw that there were very few people in the tribe. The few important deputies weren't there. He immediately shouted, "Fatty Lay?" The fatty didn't respond. An old man hurried over and said, "Lord Luo Tian, the sector beasts are attacking. The Overlord has brought people to stop them." "What? Why didn't they call me?" Luo Tian's heart sank. He had already experienced the ferocity of the sector beasts. Feng Lei and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. He immediately rushed toward the space crack. However, the old man stopped him and said, "Lord Luo Tian, you can't leave here. The Overlord said that you can't leave the tribe. They'll take care of the defense against the sector beasts. You don't have to worry." Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He was extremely fierce. He coldly spat out a word. Scram! Chapter 17:23. Luo Tian was really angry. This was different from yesterday. This time, Fatty Lei was in danger. He had to go. Stop him from saving his brother? It would be strange if he wasn't angry. What his lordship's orders? This was nonsense. Without a doubt, this was someone arranged by Thunder King. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go when most of the people in the tribe went out to fight against the sector beasts? The old man was also frightened. He didn't dare to stop him anymore. He didn't dare to say anything. Luo Tian quickly rushed in the direction of the space-time crack. The old man's eyes darkened. After Luo Tian disappeared, he immediately ran in another direction. "They're here! They're here! My lord, they're here! I've never seen so many sector beasts. Can we stop them?" A deputy general's voice was trembling. Seeing sector beasts walk out of the space-time crack one after another, his mind was crushed. In one night, the defense line that Luo Tian had created using the tremor fruit collapsed. It turned into an empty plain. Luo Tian forgot a very important thing. These sector beasts were even more ferocious than Tao Tai. They ate everything, including rocks. They ate everything here. This was something that Luo Tian didn't expect. Fatty Lei let out a heavy breath and said, "We have to stop them, even if we can't. Don't forget that behind us are the myriad worlds of the divine territory. The people from the abyss of demons are all exiled from the divine territory or from hell. But our origin planes are all in the divine territory. If we fall, what about them?" At this moment, he was more worried about his boss, Luo Tian. The dark, overbearing dominator was once a 6-star fiend, so he was fearless. But Luo Tian was only a 6th-tier divine wheel now. He was too weak. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from the space-time rift. Fatty Lay's eyes were fierce. He said to himself, "Is it the chaos elephant from yesterday again?" He was really frightened by that giant elephant. If it was, then they didn't need to stop it at all. It was useless. Rumble. "My lord, look! A golden sector beast." Suddenly, golden light flashed from the dark time and space crack, and 10 golden sector beasts walked out. They were twice as strong as ordinary sector beasts, and their bodies seemed to be made of gold. They were heavy and sturdy, and their entire bodies exuded a godlike defense. Roar! 10 golden sector beasts appeared, and the sector beasts lined up neatly on the plane roared toward the sky. Boom! Wah! The 10 golden sector beasts stomped their feet, causing the ground to shake. Then they let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth at the same time. The screams carried sound waves. Wallala! Wallala! Sound wave attacks that were visible to the naked eye shot out. The sound wave attack directly hit Fong Lay's line of defense. The eyes of the golden sector beast were filled with disdain and disdain. Boom! Ah! On the defensive line, dozens of people were blown away by the sound wave attack. The armor on their bodies was cut by the wind blades. Fong Lay tilted his head slightly, and his cheek was hit by a wind blade. He touched it gently with his finger, and there was a wound. Blood flowed out, and his eyes were ferocious. He said to himself, "It's 10,000 meters away, and the sound wave attack can still hurt me. How strong is this golden sector beast?" The roar was just a deterrent. Next was the attack. Fong Lay had been fighting sector beasts for so many years, so he was very familiar with their tactics. After the sound wave attack disappeared, the giant battle axe in his hand shook violently. His voice was as loud as a bell as he roared, "Brothers, for our home, for our family in this world, kill! Kill! Kill, kill, kill!" His voice shook the sky. For a moment, his momentum soared. If a man dies, his bird will face the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. Brothers, charge! Fatty Lay picked up his axe and rushed down first. The tribesmen behind him also disregarded their own lives and rushed down as well. In the face of the gigantic sector beast, they were like ants. Such an attack was like seeking death. The moment they rushed out, there was a strange sound in the time and space crack. At this moment, the golden sector beast let out a loud roar. The army of 1,000 sector beasts started to attack, like thousands of soldiers and horses rushing out. For a moment, sand and dust filled the sky and the earth shook. Murderous intent filled the air. Luo Tian rushed forward with all his might. When he heard that the roar of the golden sector beast was different from the roar of the sector beast yesterday, his heart sank. There's a new species. How many sector beasts are hiding in the time and space crack? How many monsters from the chaos world are there? Fatty Lay, you must hold on. He had died once. He could appear in the abyss of demons because he was exiled here from hell. If he died one more time, his soul would disappear forever, and he would never be able to enter hell again. There would be no reincarnation. He was Luo Tian's first brother in this world. Absolutely, absolutely nothing could happen to him. In the distance, there were roars everywhere. The battle had begun. Luo Tian went crazy. He wished he could have 18 more legs to rush over. In another place, Thunder King's residence. He's going too? Thunder King frowned, and he looked unhappy. The old man said, trembling, "I wanted to stop him, but when he heard that Fong Lay went to the front line, his expression changed. I stopped him too." Thunder King snorted. "Useless thing." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from his body. With a crackling sound, the old man behind him was reduced to ashes. He completely disappeared, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The Thunder King didn't even frown. He took a step forward, looked in the direction of the space-time rift, and laughed coldly. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, could it be that you want to copy the Dark Dominator and enter the space-time rift? Your current cultivation is far weaker than his at that time, and your body is different from his. If you enter the time and space crack, you'll be crushed into powder by the chaotic power of law. Do you dare to enter? No one would joke about their own life. He believed that Luo Tian wouldn't either. He was even more convinced that Luo Tian wasn't the dark, overbearing dominator. He was only the inheritor of the dark, overbearing dominator, so Luo Tian's body couldn't survive in the time and space crack. Thunder King was not in a hurry. Even his face revealed a pleased smile. As long as Feng Lei's tribe is destroyed, where can you go? Which lord in the demon abyss would take you in? Besides, the people from the ruling institute should be arriving soon, right? He hadn't finished speaking. A guard hurriedly ran in. His voice was somewhat hurried, but he was also very excited. He said, Sir. He was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. He swallowed heavily and continued, There is a heavenly warship approaching the abyss of demons. Thunder King smiled and said, They're here. Chapter 17:24. At this moment, another guard rushed in. His voice was urgent and excited as he said, Sir, there are more than a dozen sky ships approaching the port, and a sky ship battle team is at the western port. What should we do? Should we stop them? Sky ship battle team? Were they going to invade? Hearing this, Thunder King was very excited, and he became excited as well. He said, No need. Open all the ports and let all the sky ships dock. I'm going to greet them myself. Finally, they're here. Ha ha ha. They're finally here. Thunder King was very excited. He didn't expect the Dominator of Darkness ability to be so tempting. The news he spread had caused such a big commotion that even the sky ship battle team had come. Ha ha ha. He was excited just thinking about it. This was his chance. He had been waiting for this chance for tens of millions of years. He definitely wouldn't miss it. Let's go. Come with me to greet them. The Thunder Sovereign glanced in the direction of the space-time tear. There, the flames of war blazed, illuminating half the sky. The corners of the Thunder Sovereign's lips curled up as he smiled coldly. Tyrannical Dark Sovereign, you are truly my fortuitous encounter. This time, I definitely won't miss it. He, in Luo Tian's direction. The moment he sensed the battlefield, his expression changed. This wasn't a battlefield at all. It was a slaughterhouse. More than a dozen sector beasts killing one warrior. The number of warriors in the tribe had decreased from over 1,000 to less than 100. This was only the first impact. The power gap was too big. Luo Tian's heart suddenly became heavy. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by sector beasts. They were constantly trampling on the ground. Because their bodies were too big, he could not see them at all. All he could hear was constant screams. Don't die! Don't die! Luo Tian's voice deepened. He looked up and shouted, Fatty! His voice was like thunder, spreading quickly, with a trace of the Dark Overlord's aura. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. The sector beasts also stopped attacking. They looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. Their eyes were burning with anger. It was this brat who had killed their own kind the day before. The moment they saw Luo Tian, all the sector beasts started to get angry. At the same time, amidst the group of sector beasts, a battle axe was waved and Fatty Lei, who was covered in blood, woke up from his coma. He shouted, Boss, I'm still alive. He shook his head. Fatty Lei's mind also gradually became clear. Looking at the corpses around him and hearing the painful screams around him, his heart ached incomparably. I'm sorry. Feng Lei, have let you all down. In an instant, Fatty Lei's eyes turned ferocious. He flew up and stepped on the head of a sector beast. He held his battle axe with both hands and hacked down on the head of the sector beast. He roared, Die! However, his battle axe hadn't struck yet. a golden sector beast blinked its eyes, and suddenly a golden lightning shot out of its mouth. Crack! Rumble! Luo Tian's eyes widened. Cannons! Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Golden sector beast? His entire body is made of gold? Wasn't gold very valuable? Could it be that Earth has changed too? Gold has become trash and is being used to create sector beasts? Luo Tian was shocked, but he still moved. At this moment, there was only one way to save Fatty Lay, which was to change the position of the sector beast. Creak! Creak! Luo Tian clenched his fists and grabbed the void. Countless cracks appeared around him. Then his glabella sank. Tremor, tremor, fruit. Shift the earth's crust. Shake for me. Rumble. 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 Deep in the core of the earth, the ground was like a giant snake moving. A huge vibration rolled out, and the place where Fatty lay was suddenly caved in. So, rumble. Just above his head, a golden light pierced through in a straight line. It directly blasted a huge mountain 10,000 meters away into flat ground. Luo Tian's heart sank. What the F asterisk CK? This golden sector beast is too awesome. It feels like Kizaru, the owner of the fruit of light, but isn't Kizaru nothing in front of my tremor, fruit of white beard? Because the golden lightning released by the golden sector beast was too similar to the ability of the fruit of light. It's just that its power was too strong. Yesterday, it was the chaos giant elephant. Today, it's the golden sector beast. How many demons and ghosts are hiding in the time and space cracks? Might as well. I'll go in and find out today. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble. His arms burned and his whole body burned. Then he became a flaming man and rushed forward. Fatty Lay pulled out a battle axe from the head of a sector beast. Seeing the direction where Luo Tian was rushing, his heart sank. He shouted, "Boss, no!" All the sector beasts around gave up on the people in Fatty Lay's tribe and rushed toward Luo Tian. Dark Flame Emperor. Boom! Swish, swish, swish! A huge fireball suddenly spun around Luo Tian's body. The fireball soared into the sky like a scorching sun. 9 dark fighting auras were released, entangling Dark Flame Emperor. Luo Tian pressed down again. Braze sector beast. Burn you F asterisk curs. Walala. Woo woo. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Black flames spread, and the sector beasts in the flames were roaring. Bright red numbers kept floating above their heads. 309,888, 419,887, 500200. All of them were damage values of hundreds of thousands. The brazed sector beasts were running around. Luo Tian shouted excitedly, "Does it feel good?" Even if he had 100 million HP, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Woo howl, woo howl, woo howl. At this moment, the golden sector beast moved. It made a sound that even the space law of the god territory couldn't withstand. Within a few seconds, Luo Tian's Dark Flame Emperor was shattered. It was a giant fireball that was 10,000 meters tall. But in the end, it was crushed to the size of a fist. The 9 dark fighting auras were like 9 little tadpoles swimming on it. At the same time, they made a sound. They jumped up and landed heavily. 2 huge eyes looked down at Luo Tian, who was like an ant on the ground. F asterisk CK. Luo Tian raised his head slightly. Looking at the 10 golden sector beasts that surrounded him, he cursed. F asterisk CK, this is really big. At the same time, at the port of the demon abyss, the flag of the ruler of Destiny Heavenly Ship was the first to arrive. This surprised the Thunder King. What surprised him even more was a beautiful woman walked down from the heavenly ship. Her eyes were extremely cold. Before he could praise her, another heavenly ship descended. A woman walked down from the other Fortune Dominator heavenly ship. When the Thunder Emperor saw her, his heart almost couldn't take it. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? He was a 6-star fiend, but he couldn't withstand the beauty of a woman. And Chun-Chun, who used to be a little lowly. Now, she was the #1 beauty in the god territory. They were all here. Chapter 17:25. Large breasts were lethal weapons. Beautiful breasts were even more lethal weapons. If they were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of nations, then they would be supremely invincible weapons. Foxes were born with a devilish charm. Their bodies, their looks, their words, their actions, every single aspect of them gave all the males in the world a unique charm that made them unable to extricate themselves. This was the reason why the chief sovereign of Luck hadn't sealed her memories, because she believed that Luo Tian would definitely be brought back by Chun-Chun. There was no man in the world who could resist her charm. The Thunder King continued to use his power, constantly using his 6-star fiend level of cultivation to suppress and defend. He used all his power to prevent himself from thinking, to prevent himself from looking at Chun-Chun. Just like that, he nearly went berserk. His back was covered with cold sweat. My mother! How could there be such a beautiful woman? The Thunder King's atoms apple-bobbed, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. Only then did he say respectfully, "Welcome, envoy of luck." However, and Chun-Chun didn't even glance at him. She skipped like a happy little rabbit, walking to the side of the chief sovereign of Fate's skyship. She said with incomparable joy, "Big sister Xan, I finally meet you." Xan, Er's eyes were filled with ice. She completely ignored and Chun-Chun. She said coldly to her subordinates, "Let's go." "Big sister Xan, what's wrong? You don't recognize Chun-Chun." And Chun-Chun was rather frantic. Although millions of years had passed, she was still able to recognize Xan at a glance. This was because her appearance hadn't changed at all over the years. The only change was that hint of coldness in her eyes. An incomparably unfamiliar coldness. Xan walked on by herself, paying no attention to Chun-Chun. She walked to the Thunder King's side, her voice as cold as ice. "You are the 6-star fiend lord, Thunder King?" The Thunder King felt rather unhappy. In the fiend abyss, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, when he thought of why he had called them here, he said, slightly, "I am." Xan said, "Take me to see Luo Tian." Yes. And Chun-Chun thought of the purpose of her visit and immediately rushed forward, saying, "Quick, take me to see big brother Luo Tian. I miss him so much." The Thunder King frowned, and Chun-Chun's excitement made him a little suspicious. "You know Luo Tian?" However, he didn't have time to think too much. Instead, he said, "It's not difficult to see Luo Tian, but where's the thing I want?" Xan said, "When I see Luo Tian, I will naturally release the shackles on your body. This way, you will be able to leave the demon abyss. Can you bring me to see Luo Tian now?" The Thunder Sovereign rejoiced in his heart and said, "Sure." Xan followed the Thunder King out, and Chun-Chun stood behind them and watched from afar. Xan gave her a strange feeling, as if she didn't know her at all, and her purpose, and Chun-Chun's heart trembled. "I have to find brother Luo Tian first." He formed a seal with both hands. He made a strange movement. Subsequently, and Chun-Chun closed her eyes, and an invisible lucky perception spread out. In less than half a second, it covered the entire demon abyss. Suddenly, and Chun-Chun's eyes widened. "Not good, brother Luo Tian is in danger." It was more than just danger. It was simply too dangerous. Bang! 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 The golden sector beast was completely trampling on Luo Tian. The sharp claws turned into palms, and one palm after another came down. The dark Do Chi on Luo Tian's body was crushed back before it could be released. The tremor fruit and the flaming fruit could not release their power. They were completely crushed. This feeling was too uncomfortable. The power of the dark, overbearing dominator's inheritance was too little. Luo Tian had only obtained 2 inheritances. Without the support of the source of darkness, the dark Do Qi could not be released. No. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Tian panted heavily. His whole body was dripping with blood, and there were dozens of serious injuries on his body. If it were not for the Overlord's body protecting him, he would have been smashed into meat paste. If this goes on, I will really be killed. I have to find a way to separate them. Let's do it one by one. Let's break out first. He made up his mind. Luo Tian moved his right hand and directly locked onto a golden sector beast. He suddenly roared, "Come on, come and kill me. You bastards! You have been attacking me for so long, but you still can't kill me. You are so weak." Roar! One of the golden sector beasts was angry. It was obvious. It understood what Luo Tian was saying. Then it opened its huge mouth, and a golden light flashed from its throat. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Lightning cannon again? Luo Tian's heart sank. He summoned the green dragon crescent blade and lowered his right hand. Divine fire, come out! Boom! The flame on his right palm rushed out. That golden sector beast slapped hard, trying to extinguish the divine fire. However, the divine fire directly penetrated its huge claw and exploded on its chest. It was also at this moment that it fainted for a short while. Its power was suppressed by the instant killing power of the divine fire. Rumble, a fire dragon, shot out from the green dragon crescent blade. Swish! Luo Tian's figure moved. He was instantly carried by the fire dragon and landed at the feet of that fainted golden sector beast. He grinned and laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. Let me go out for a breather first. When I come back, I will kill you all one by one. It was just that Luo Tian wasn't done being complacent. Boom! The lightning cannon directly exploded in front of him. Rumble! Luo Tian didn't have the slightest chance at all. He was directly blasted back and fell heavily on the ground. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Luo Tian's face was pale. He raised his eyes slightly and burst out a curse. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The strength of these golden sector beasts was really too strong. Luo Tian wasn't a match for them at all. Moreover, there was some kind of connection between them, as if they were telepathic. No matter which direction Luo Tian escaped in, they could support him at any time. At this moment, the 10 golden sector beasts all suddenly stood up. They looked down from above. Just like 10 mountains surrounding Luo Tian was as small as an ant in their eyes. Halala! 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 A series of strange sounds rang out, as if a cannon was being charged with energy. Don't tell me the 10 of them are firing the lightning cannon at the same time? Luo Tian was stunned. Boom! The golden light scattered and slowly rose up in his throat as if it was gathering energy. What are you talking about? It's just the rhythm of blasting through the demon abyss. Luo Tian wasn't afraid because he wanted to go to hell, so this time he wasn't afraid of death at all. However, defense was still necessary. Overlord's body, come out. Come on, you beasts. Just when his life was hanging by a thread and the golden sector beasts were about to shoot the lightning cannon, a star flashed in the turbid sky and a fairy-like woman walked out of the star. Chapter 17:26. Star Confinement. Starlight fell. Bits of starlight fell from the cloudy sky. It seemed to have no power. However, the starlight fell on the golden sector beasts, and suddenly there was a strong impact sound. Then the golden sector beasts couldn't move at all. Their bodies were confined by a huge starlight cage. All 10 sector beasts were the same. Luo Tian was stunned, completely stunned. Even the man in the space-time crack had a change of expression. He looked up at the sky of Demon Abyss and murmured, "Since when can we see starlight here? Restrained." They can't move? Luo Tian tried to move the golden sector beasts a few times. He found that not only could they not move, but the power in their bodies was also suppressed. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian immediately released the Overlord Battle Fist. I'll kill you while you're sick. Luo Tian would never miss such a great opportunity. What he needed now was to break through and level up. As long as he broke through to the Dominator realm, he could return to Wild City in advance and meet Lin Yu, and Aishang and the rest in advance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luo Tian had to admit that the HP of these Golden Sector beasts was a little scary. They had actually reached 1 billion HP. Luo Tian's fists were about to be smashed into smithereens, but he had only managed to reduce 600 million HP. However, Luo Tian was not worried. Dark Flame Emperor. Braised Golden Sector Beast. Rumble. Flames burst out. Tremor, tremor, fruit. Earth Spike. Swish. Swish, an Earth Spike pierced the ground, seriously injuring those Golden Sector beasts. Luo Tian was also tired and panting. He had to admit that in the face of monsters with such high blood points, killing them was also a shocking job. After giving it his all, one of the Golden Sector beasts only had a few 100,000 blood points left. He only needed 2 more punches to finish it. At this moment, Luo Tian was secretly pleased. I've been killing monsters for so many years, but I've never felt so good before. They're just standing here and letting me kill them. Ha ha ha. These Golden Sector beasts are also golden bosses. What can they drop? If its HP is 10 times that of an ordinary sector beast, does that mean its EXP is also 10 times higher? 1 Golden Sector beast is worth 1 billion experience points, and I can level up immediately. 10 Golden Sector beasts are worth 10 billion experience points, and I can level up at least 10 times. After a few more waves of Golden Sector beasts, I can break through the Dominator realm. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian was laughing in his heart. He was smiling smugly. However, just as he was feeling smug, a woman descended from the sky. Before he could react, she was already standing in front of him. Her eyes were like stars, her skin was as white as snow, and her hair reached her waist. There was a faint trace of sadness on her face that could not be erased, and her body emitted a kind of cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Who is it? Luo Tian's eyes widened. When he saw the woman, he immediately said, Qian, you also came to the God domain. At the same time, when Luo Tian saw the starlight in the woman's eyes, his body suddenly staggered and trembled. His heart felt as if it had been struck by hundreds of millions of lightning bolts. He immediately rushed forward, as if he was going to protect the star fairy in front of him. Shua, is that you? Is it really you? The person in front of him was Li Shuer. Li Shuer with the Star Phoenix bloodline. Li Shuer, who had been captured by the Star God and brought to the God domain. However, she was no longer the Li Shuer of the past. The moment Luo Tian rushed forward, a trace of cold light flashed in her eyes, and her right hand moved. Buzz, a stream of star power instantly imprisoned Luo Tian. She glanced at Luo Tian and said coldly, You are Luo Tian? Very unfamiliar. Very, very unfamiliar. Luo Tian felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He was sure, 100% sure, that she was the Li Shuer that he had yearned for day and night. She was the Li Shuer that had once threatened to marry him when she was still a little lowly. However, why was it so unfamiliar? Why? Luo Tian was imprisoned and struggled with all his might, saying, Shue? It's me, your big brother Luo Tian, don't you remember? Do you really not remember? Li Shuer was unmoved and did not even blink. It's good that you are Luo Tian. Your identity has been confirmed. Now, please follow me. As soon as he finished, a stream of star power appeared on her palm, directly connecting to the star cage on Luo Tian's body, and fiercely tugged. Bam! Luo Tian fell to the ground directly, The star cage on his body was the same as the one on the golden sector beasts. It was bound, and his power seemed to be sealed. He could not exert any strength at all, and he fell to the ground after being pulled by her. His forehead hit a stone, and it was bleeding. Luo Tian acted as if he could not feel the pain, and he said loudly, "It's me, Sister Shui. It's me, Luo Tian. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Did someone do something to you? Who threatened you? Tell me." He was panicking. Luo Tian had never been so panicked before. Even when facing the bombardment of the lightning cannons of the 10 sector beasts, he was still calm, and he did not panic at all. But now his heart was in a mess, and he was completely panicking. Besides, his heart was throbbing with pain. However, Li Shui did not even look at him. Whether he fell or hit his head, she acted as if she did not see him. She kept dragging Luo Tian to an area where the starlight was scattered. "Shui! Shui!" Luo Tian screamed at the top of his lungs. It was as if she did not hear him at all. She did not feel anything at all. In Li Shui's mind, there was only one purpose, which was to bring Luo Tian back to the sacred city. "What's wrong? Did the star god do something to you?" Luo Tian's heart felt as if it was pierced by 10,000 swords. Looking at Li Shui's back, it was really painful. It was indescribable, and it was more painful than being torn apart alive. Ah. Luo Tian was roaring and going crazy. At the same time, he hated himself. He hated himself for being too weak. He hated himself for not being able to protect his own woman. Looking at Li Shui dragging him away, his heart felt even more dead. At this time, Fatty Lei got up from the ground. Seeing Luo Tian being dragged away, he was instantly furious. He chopped down with a battle axe. Luo Tian exclaimed, "Fatty, no." Li Shui's body paused slightly. Her eyes darkened, and her expression became ferocious. Her 5 fingers formed a claw, and a big starlight net directly bound Feng Lei, who was in midair. Fatty Lei fell down, and his eyes darkened. Big sister-in-law. Boss, yes, sister-in-law. Chapter 17:27. Fatty also reacted. Looking at Luo Tian's roaring expression, he was stunned. "Boss, what happened?" Sister-in-law Shui. He's the boss. "I'm Fatty Lei, don't you recognize us?" Feng Lei shouted loudly. Li Shui was still the same, indifferent. Her body was still the same, cold. "What's going on?" Feng Lei's eyes turned sinister, and then he thought of the moment when the star divine venerable brought Li Shui away. Fatty Lei clenched his fists tightly, and the demon Buddha on his body erupted with waves of blood light. "Star divine venerable F*K, your 18 generations of ancestors." "Boss, Star divine venerable must have done something to sister-in-law. It must be some son of a bitch." At this moment, Li Shui frowned and turned to look at Feng Lei, who was trapped by the star net. Her 5 fingers moved and suddenly clenched into a fist. "Kacha! The star net was shrinking rapidly. Fatty Lei, who was more than 250 kilograms, was directly crushed into a ball. His face was completely red, and his entire body felt as if it was about to be cut into countless small pieces by this invisible net. However, Fatty Lei did not make the slightest sound of pain, because she was his sister-in-law. No matter what she did, she was his sister-in-law. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, and the killing intent in his heart continued to attack the black divine deity in his sea of consciousness. The anger, killing intent, and hatred in his heart continued to intertwine, producing a violent rumbling sound. 10 minutes later, Li Shui stepped into the place where the starlight scattered, coldly looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away, and pulled hard. Whoosh, whoosh, bam. Luo Tian's head heavily hit a rock, and his head was bleeding nonstop. He looked at Li Shui's cold eyes. It was completely different from the look in his eyes when he was in the profound sky continent. Unfamiliar, cold. Luo Tian was incomparably furious in his heart. Star Divine Venerable, I must kill you, I must kill you. Ah, his heart was roaring. It was roaring. Looking at Li Xuaner's cold and unfamiliar eyes, his heart twitched in pain again. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He owed Li Xuener too much in his heart, so much that he didn't know how to repay her. Even if Li Xuer asked him to die, he would definitely not frown. Get over here, Li Xuer said coldly. His right hand pulled fiercely. Once again, she dragged Luo Tian up. Standing under the starlight, Li Xuer moved her hands and began to form a seal. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body began to be lifted up by the starlight. Li Xuener's body also slowly floated up. Just at this moment, fall! Buzz, rumble, a ray of destiny power came crashing down from the sky, and a figure turned into a wheel of destiny, directly cutting off the scattered power of the stars. The only power that could cut off power in the entire divine realm was the power of destiny. Luo Tian fell down heavily. Not far away from him, a beautiful and incomparably familiar figure appeared in front of him. Xina. Luo Tian's heart shook once again. Destiny Xina, you came too? Luo Tian became excited, but when he saw Xen looking at him with a strange gaze, his heart felt like it was about to be torn apart. He gritted his teeth and roared towards the sky. Why? Ah, rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah, thunder suddenly rumbled in the turbid sky. At the same time, Xener said coldly, You can leave, but you have to leave this person behind. Li Xuer also had an ice-cold expression. She did not say anything, but a ray of star power attacked Xener. Rumble, bang, bang, bang. The power of the stars and the power of destiny continued to collide. They were locked in a fierce battle. The demon abyss also let out a deafening sound of power colliding with each other. The man in the time and space crack watched everything with interest, his face revealing a cold smile. Seeing Luo Tian on the ground, the sneer on his face became even more complacent. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Fatty Lei was still tied up. Seeing Xin and Li Xuer fighting, he shouted with all his might. However, it was completely useless. The two women were fighting to the death, fighting with their lives on the line. The sisters from before had now become life and death enemies. Former lovers. Now they had become strange enemies. All of this made Luo Tian unable to bear it. He had thought of countless bad scenarios, but he had never thought that they would not recognize him and that they would fight together. At this moment, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness felt like it was about to explode. Hatred, anger, and killing intent. These three forces became even stronger, constantly attacking the dark, divine deity. At the same time, the inner demon quietly grew in the depths of Luo Tian's mind. The more irritable he became, the more he couldn't control himself, and the faster the inner demon grew. The dark divine deity was in turmoil. The will of darkness could not protect the dark divine deity. At this moment, the divine deity in his sea of consciousness seemed to be about to split open. Sister Xin Sister Xue, why are you guys fighting? And Chun Chun had rushed over. Her face was extremely anxious, and when she saw Luo Tian on the ground bound by the power of the stars, her eyes became wet, and she immediately ran over. Brother Luo Tian, what's wrong? What's going on? Why are Sister Xin and Sister Xue fighting? Luo Tian would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. He still remembered the scene of the ghost dragon carrying and Chun Chun out. Hearing this voice, Luo Tian looked over and was somewhat stunned because Chun Chun was simply too beautiful. In the past, she was just a little lowly, but now she had grown into a peerless beauty that could make people forget about the world with just a glance. Although Chun Chun had grown up and changed a lot, Luo Tian could still recognize her at a glance. What made Luo Tian most gratified was that there was finally a woman who could recognize him. Chen Chen! Luo Tian should have been happy, but he couldn't. And Chen Chen looked at Luo Tian's body covered in blood, and she couldn't help but cry, "Brother Luo Tian, what's going on? What's going on, woo-woo?" Chen Chen doesn't want to see the two sisters fighting. Chen Chen doesn't want to see Brother Luo Tian injured. Don't. Tears streamed down her face like a waterfall, dripping onto Luo Tian's body. Buzz! Buzz! The binding force of the stars on Luo Tian's body was removed. Moreover, the wounds on his body had all healed. Looking at Chen Chen, tears gushed out of her eyes, and then looking at the strange light emitted from her body. Is this the power of luck? Is this in Chen Chen's power of luck? Immediately, Luo Tian couldn't care less and comforted her. Chen Chen, don't cry. Chen Chen, be good. We'll make them stop later. At this moment, the port of the demon abyss, the heavenly ship squadron docked. The two words, Heavenly Tao, were written on the chess piece hanging on the sky ship. The Crown Prince was here too. Good night. Chapter 1728. No one had expected this. The star god from the Judgment Institute did not expect this. The two sovereigns of fate and luck did not expect that the Thunder King would attract so many forces. What they did not expect was that the Thunder King would place all his bets on the Heavenly Law Divine Lord. After the heavenly ship battle team docked, the Thunder King immediately welcomed them. The Crown Prince went straight to the point and said, "Is everyone here?" The Thunder King smiled and said, "Everyone is here, and they have already started fighting." "Very good." The Crown Prince smiled faintly. After taking 2 steps, he said to the Thunder King, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. After capturing Luo Tian, I will bring you out of here. As for the plain shackles on you," as he spoke, the Crown Prince's palm moved, and a strange power rose. The Thunder King's eyes widened as he looked at the power. He became extremely excited and said, "Thank you, Crown Prince." "Thank you, Sir Divine Lord. I will do my best to cooperate with the Crown Prince and help you capture Luo Tian." The Crown Prince smiled. "Luo Tian must be captured, but the emissary of stars, the emissary of fate, and the emissary of luck must also be captured. I need their unique powers." This was the purpose of his visit. The power of stars, the power of fate, and the power of luck were unique in the divine territory. They were also powers that his father had not fused. As for him, he also needed them because he was only 1 step away from the sovereign realm. By fusing these 3 powers together with the power of the heavenly law, he would be able to comprehend his own unique power and step into the sovereign realm in 1 step. As for Luo Tian, death. Because he had dealt with Luo Tian before, even though he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Luo Tian was a huge threat. He was extremely terrifying. His potential was limitless. He had reached the spirit wheel realm in such a short period of time. If he was given more time, the divine domain would definitely be turned upside down by him, just like the ancient continent. Therefore, his thoughts were different from the other sovereigns. Luo Tian had to die. Moreover, it was the kind of death where he would never be reincarnated. Moreover, he had already prepared this power. On Luo Tian's side, the star shackles on him were released. It was the same for Fatty. And Chen Chen threw herself into Luo Tian's arms and clamped her legs around Luo Tian's waist. Her whole body hung on Luo Tian's body, just like when they were young. "Brother Luo Tian, I miss you so much. I miss you every day. I finally get to see you." "Woo-woo!" She started sobbing again. This was the first time in millions of years that she had cried. In the past, when the chief sovereign of luck had made her cry, or even hit her, she hadn't shed a single tear. But now she was crying. And Chen Chen was now one, 7 meters tall. Her long hair was slightly curly, and her figure was indescribably good. When she threw herself into Luo Tian's arms, a strange fragrance rushed into his nose, and his body trembled slightly. He couldn't block it. He really couldn't hold on anymore. And Chun Chun's entire body was filled with evil charm, and this kind of temptation towards male creatures was not under her control. The demon fox race was born like this. Luo Tian pushed Chun Chun away with all his might. If he did not push her away, he was worried that the killing intent between his legs would soar to the sky, and said, "Chun Chun, be good. Come down first. I have to think of a way to separate the two of them." Fatty Lei's expression was wooden. It was very surprising. He was not tempted by the evil charm on Chun Chun's body at all. Instead, he scratched his head and said, "The little girl has grown up and is still so beautiful, ha!" And Chun Chun stuck out her tongue at Fatty Lei and said, "Brother Fatty, good girl." Fatty Lei laughed happily. Luo Tian walked forward and watched as Xian, and Li Shuer continued to fight with their lives on the line. Fortunately, the two of them had similar cultivation levels. Otherwise, one of them would have died long ago. However, if this continued, someone would definitely die. No way. We must not let them continue fighting like this. Luo Tian's brows sank and said to Chun Chun, "Can the power in your body separate them?" And Chun Chun shook her head and said, "Big Sister Xer and Big Sister Shui are both infinitely close to the Dominator realm. My strength is simply unable to do so. Big Brother Luo Tian, quickly think of a way. If this continues, something will happen to them." "What's wrong with them? Why would they kill each other? It must be the Star Ruler and the Destiny Ruler who did something." Fatty Lei also said angrily, "These two sons of bitches, they won't die a good death." Luo Tian's mind started to think crazily. Xian, and Li Shui. Ai's power was several realms higher than Luo Tian's. He couldn't even enter their battle. Moreover, the two of them didn't even know who he was. If he rushed in, he would be crushed. What should we do? There must be a way, there must be a way, suddenly. Luo Tian looked at the space-time crack and secretly clenched his fists. Suddenly, he turned and ran toward the space-time crack, shouting, "Don't you all want to catch me? Come on, catch me." "Big Brother Luo Tian, what are you doing?" "Boss, there's a space-time crack. You must not go in." And Chun Chun looked at Fatty Lei in confusion. "Big Brother Fatty, what's a space-time crack?" Feng Lei hurriedly said, "It's a place where the laws are in chaos, a place where the laws of two realms collide in the crack, and humans can't withstand it. Only special sector beasts can withstand it. If Boss enters, he will be crushed to death instantly." "Ah," and Chun Chun exclaimed, "then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him." Fatty Lei was stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly chased after her. At the same time, Xian, and Li Shuer looked at each other and immediately stopped chasing after Luo Tian. As expected, Luo Tian's heart trembled. Right now, they just want to have two computers. Their goal is to bring them back, just like a program. Okay, since your cultivation is so strong, since you like to fight, then I'll make you tired and then we can talk slowly. Luo Tian secretly planned in his heart. There were thousands of sector beasts here and 10 golden sector beasts, enough to consume the divine origin aura in their bodies. As long as they were tired and lay down, naturally they wouldn't fight. Then, he would slowly think of a way. At the same time, Luo Tian roared at the man in the space-time crack. "Come on, don't you want to swallow the abyss of demons? If you have the guts, come on, you little TCH. Come on, crush me." The man in the space-time crack didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. However, he was very cooperative and got angry. His eyebrows sank and he suddenly shouted. Boom! Hong Long Long! The star confinement of the 10 golden sector beasts was broken, and those sector beasts became more ferocious, and they all pounced on Luo Tian.